We're starting things off today with Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness being run by Svanus. For those just getting here, we have two naming incentives still open to name both Espeon and Ursaring. At the moment, Espeon's leading name is C1 at $5, and Ursaring is leading with here at also $5. So if you want to get your donations in to name Espeon and Ursaring, you can do that right now. As for the rest of the run, I'm going to pass it over to Svanus to get things underway here. Svanus?
Okay, so hello, I'm Svanus, and I'll be running Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and with the Hidden Power Psychic as our choice for Hidden Power for my Espeon. With me, I have two co-commentators who can introduce themselves while I start up the game.
Thanks. I'm Capital. I'm a runner of this game, and I do a lot of work on the RNG manipulation.
Hello, I'm Exalted Silva. I am one of the major routers in this game. I did not touch this route, sadly, but it is a fun route to watch all the same. I've very heavily worked to make sure that Teddy is the actual secondary Pokemon. I have a lot of experience with Jolteon instead of Espeon, and I have a lot of experience with Houndoom. So let's just be clear, this is the current world record duo we want to work with.
Okay, so we're just watching this cutscene right now. There's not really much going on. The ship is being zoomed away by an ominous-looking Lugia, and there isn't much to say about that just yet in the run.
Was time supposed to start?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Sorry.
Oops. Doesn't matter. So just going to quickly give in this free battle that's at the start of the game, and we should be good to go. So, Capital, would you mind explaining the manip? Because I have already pre-manipped this EV that I'm using.
Sure. For both Pokemon Colosseum and XD, there are three versions of the game. So you have PAL, NTSC, and Japan. And the reason that we're running PAL here is because PAL for XD is special. For all the regions of the game and everything else, we have to do a frame perfect A press at the very beginning to set our starter. However, PAL XD is special. It doesn't have that quirk. We can press A at any point on that naming screen and get the same starter every time. There are some trade-offs to this, but it means that this is kind of a good entry point for people who are learning either Colo or XD, since it makes the initial manip process a lot easier. We do some different things to set up the RNG in just the right way for this game, but that was kind of a recent thing. For many years, nobody could run PAL. But now, starting this year, it's a possibility. So we've seen a few new runners come into the community just because of that.
And that's thanks to you, so
thanks.
Appreciate it. Appreciate me. Well, it's entirely your fault. You could say, or.
So now what we're doing is we're tracking down our little sister Jovi. She's abandoned that poor guy under the table there in his game of hide and seek, and we need to go bring her back home.
That is basically where the story is at so far. It's pretty slow progression. The early game in this game is essentially an auto-scroller. So just sit back and relax is the only thing I can say for now about that. But we're now traveling to Kaminko's house, where we'll be entering the first battle of the game. Not very interesting, but hey, it is something to keep us entertained while we eagerly await the impending doom of the 1-4 Teddy.
Yeah, that's right. There's some fun lines at Kaminko's house here. Chobin mistakes you for a burglar, and so he demands to fight you. Now this is the only single battle that we do in the entirety of the run, because we don't have a secondary Pokemon yet. Is us and the Sunkern. There's a few different ways that this fight can go well. We can get a flinch or a high roll on this bite. Let's see what we get.
There's also the crit, but
Yes, the crit.
Yeah.
darn.
The high roll is a
Unfortunately, we
1 in
didn't get
16.
either.
So it's a 1 in 16, and a 1 in 16, and a... What is the flinch chance for bite? 30%?
30%, yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually quite likely to get either of the like good outcomes, but didn't get either in this one, unfortunately, losing our precious time.
And so you might be asking yourself, why does any of that matter? Well, Pokemon XD and Colosseum are unique among Pokemon speedruns because we actually turn the animations on. In all other Pokemon speedruns, they get to turn the animations off, so it doesn't matter as much between moves if they both kill the opposing Pokemon. But here, we have to think about how long is the animation for a specific move, and that makes a big deal in terms of how fast you go. Here, Chobin mentions that he's going to let a VCR roll on the screen, and I think that just shows the age of this game.
It's aged pretty well, but it's definitely got some leftover material in it that haven't aged as well. But yeah, it's pretty, as Capital says, it's pretty unique in the fact that we get to, or I should say, get to in quotation mark, watch the animations for every move. It drastically changes the routing of both this game and Colosseum, considering you have the route around animation.
Do you mind if I bring up the stat requirements real quick?
Nope, that's fine.
I'm also going to explain why we choose Espeon versus there's like two others that we could possibly choose. So to start off with, Espeon requires 31 special attack IV, 22 plus speed IV, and either modest, mild, or rash. These are 3 of the 4 plus special attack natures. And the reason why we can't choose Quiet is because we have to outspeed some things, and that's my speed, so that won't work. Now, as to why we choose Espeon, the three evolutions we could have of Eevee are Espeon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. We're not talking about Flareon because it's just really bad. Espeon has base 130 special attack. At this early in the game, that is beyond busted, and 110 base speed. Jolteon kind of has the reverse, 110 special attack, 130 speed. When I do Jolteon running or routing, I include Quiet instead of mild because Jolteon's electric type, and we'll get into that later. And then Vaporeon, while it is bulky, it only has 110 special attack and 65 base speed. So Vaporeon's just going to be too slow for the speedrun. It's going to be outsped by everything, and we're trying to cut animations. I'm not going to talk too much about Jolteon except when we get a hold of EQ. But Espeon is definitely what we need. And I'll just make one more note. Bite is a special move in this game, so it relies on Espeon's special attack stat instead of physical. That's the plus side of Generation 3.
Time for quick donation.
Yeah, sure.
We have $10 from Jordan97, who says, for Svanus' biggest fan, let's name Ursaring Wartab. And for those just getting in, we have the naming incentive open for a little bit longer for naming Ursaring and Espeon. At the moment, Wartab is in the lead for Ursaring, and C1 is still in the lead for Espeon.
Amazing. Love it. Okay, so here comes the 1 in 4, everyone's favorite casino roll.
It's 25% of the time, it's every time. We're looking for 2 very specific stats on Teddiursa that we get here. We're looking for a 24 attack and 16 speed. Luckily for us, this Teddiursa is a guaranteed catch. It's 100% to get in the ball because the game wants you to have a Teddiursa. It wants you to have a secondary Pokemon. And you'll notice here that that's the opponent's Pokemon. Yes, in Pokemon XD and Colosseum, we steal our opponent's Pokemon to use as our own. But it's for good reasons. We want to purify them and save the world, but we steal them back from the bad guys.
Yep, that about sums it up. So this is our first capture, and unlike in Coliseum, our second area is a guaranteed capture.
I'm just
Which is
going to
very
make a
useful.
statement now. People have gone 20 plus runs in a row without getting runnable Teddy. In case you're wondering how bad this game is, for anyone who isn't on PAL, if you're bad at the manip, you can go days without getting a runnable Teddy. If you even can hit the 60 FPS a minute.
Yeah, it's very tricky, especially when you're starting out.
Yeah, a lot of runs don't make it past here, and this first sort of 10-minute segment, a lot of runners have this part pretty well memorized.
Although I did walk wrong, actually, at the start. But, don't mind that. So, this is the moment. Just gonna have to scroll through this cutscene here, and we'll be able to check our stats. It's gonna be a bit slower than usual for me to check stats, because I need to, like, reopen OBS and everything. But, it's fine. Because I usually screenshot off OBS, but I have other things open at the same time.
I've always
But it
heard
should be
this
fine.
cutscene referred to as the Super Mom cutscene because inspirational music goes and you stare at her as she has a burst of confidence.
I certainly feel impending doom every time I see this cutscene.
I agree. It's more stressful than it is encouraging.
Dang.
So this is incredibly unrunnable, which
Is
means
that
I will.
modest?
It might
will
have
have
been.
to
That's such a low
reset.
attack. Great,
And
great speed, but
It had
if I'm
19
remembering
attack, right?
yeah,
Wow.
and runnable speed, barely.
but don't worry, folks. This is why we have saves to load.
Yep.
While we're loading saves, we have $11.69 from Usurpering, who says, "Name Ursaring Usurpering."
Good one.
Wow, he
At
really.
the moment, that is
usurped
leading
that.
for Ursaring, but we need some people to show Espeon some love. At the moment, Espeon is still only at $5 for C1. So if you have a spicy name idea, you can name Espeon right now.
Get those donations in there. Something actually. Well, I'll mention it later.
You gotta go upstairs.
Oh yeah, right. So damn, I got a.
Oops.
I zoned out because of the reset.
We're missing Jovi.
Yep.
Yeah,
You gotta
we
figure out
can't leave
sister.
our sister behind. I saw Pulse Effects make that mistake by way back in his run, and then I do it almost every other run now that I do.
I did it like twice, and then I realized I was losing like almost a minute. And then I was like, I'm never doing this again.
Fantastic. Usually you don't make those kinds of mistakes, but I mean, marathon.
It's a marathon.
One interesting thing about this game is that your mom in this game actually has a name. In this game, her name is Lily. In most Pokemon games, your mom is just Mom. So that's kind of a cool detail that is specific to XD. But here we're gonna get stopped and handed a bunch of discs that we never use. This game has these simulations for battles that set you up in different kind of stuff, or these are memos, but we don't use any of that. We skip a lot of the sort of side mechanics that this game introduces, just so that we can speed through this story as quickly as possible.
So we're heading to a new area called Gadium Port, and this is another cutscene-heavy area. The cutscenes are ending quite soon, but yeah. One thing I was going to ask Capital or Exalted, I assume you know this, because I didn't check beforehand. The name reader is an A-gate, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's in Egate top right house.
Top right house, yeah, okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. I can name Teddy after I purify anyways.
Yep, daycare center.
I do have to make a quick correction. We had an earlier donation of $25 from Corvame saying just do a TSJ in order to name Ursaring TSJ.
Fantastic. I love it.
So here we're gonna, we stand up for our sister to Zook the big bully, but he's got a shadow Pokemon, and that's kind of terrifying. So we have some expected guests help us with that.
Completely unsuspicious looking individuals here. These are just normal travelers.
These
This
are
is also-
definitely not the big bad evil guys in this game. No, why would you ever think that these guys are suspicious?
This is because this is a relatively scripted battle. It's completely scripted. This is the entire time we're mashing. This is when most runners will be putting in their Teddy stats into the RNG manipulation program, and we'll be backtracking our Teddy based on the stats and the nature we have.
And then we can determine, in most scenarios, exactly which Teddy we have. That requires a lot of maths. On the fly, you'll have to determine what nature it is based on the shadow bar, or the shadow meter, which is like a bar indicating how close to purification your shadow Pokemon is, and you can determine by that bar what kind of nature your Pokemon has, which narrows it down. But then you can also have like same statted pairs with the same nature, and then you just either have to gamble, or you have to IV calc it and determine which one it is later on in the run, and that can be very tricky. So,
Or you can be a memer and just expect you have the worst of the two, and expect to be missing every range and to be slower than everything.
yeah, no,
I mean,
Yeah.
that's not Bear usually. Usually it's relatively fast for being what speed it is. But it's always fun to just assume it's the worst and just go from there.
Yeah, we explaining a lot of stuff right now as to mechanics and whatnot, because this whole section, like the Gateon port and such, has like the longest cutscenes in the whole game. So we have plenty of time to talk about this stuff and get it out of the way, so that when we get into things later on, it's all just a lot smoother.
Yep, so I'm just going to trigger another cutscene here, and I just picked up the Sun Shard. Quickly explained, this item is what allows our Eevee to evolve into Espeon. We don't need to equip it or anything, it's just there. And having it in our inventory, and having Eevee reach a set amount of happiness, I believe, while having the Sunstone in your inventory is what will evolve it into Espeon, which is a bit different from other Pokemon games. But nonetheless, we're soon done with this auto-scroller segment. But just a little bit more.
One thing that's interesting is that Genius Sonority, who made this game, they really wanted you to get Espeon or Umbreon quite early. They didn't want you to have to wait very long to evolve your Eevee, so they give you a pretty high happiness to begin with at 150, and you only need 220 to evolve. So by the time you get to this next area, when we get to a gate, you'll pretty much already have enough happiness or very close to it. They sort of took the grind out of it so that you could get your starter as soon as possible.
It's also to compensate for the fact that you also have access to the other re-evolutionary stones, which can be used immediately. And
Exactly.
in Jolteon routes that I've touched on, you use it immediately. It's a nice little feature, though.
Speaking of that Espeon, we have $10 from Jordan97, who says, here to name Espeon why can, because of the message in chat.
Thank you for the donation, Jordan. I appreciate it. I will try to... I haven't checked the donations for your run yet, but I will try to outcompete anyone who tries to topple CFIIA. Soon heading to our next area, A-Gate Village. This is where we'll be purifying our Teddy Ursa and naming it, but it's a bit
I'm
Still
pretty sure this is
quite a while
also the
until we
last
name
point where
though.
we talk to Mom.
Yeah, I think so too.
Goodbye, Mom.
See you never. So we're about to head at Gate Village, and this is like I don't know the exact lore, but essentially it's a village for pensioners in the region. It's very relaxing. It's got a pretty chill soundtrack and just a great place to hang around. Not so great in Coliseum, but it's fine in this game.
I'd retire here.
Yeah, sure seems relaxing. Okay, so just gonna go and pick up some potions behind here. These potions are pretty crucial, as the early game in this game is pretty rough. Unlike a Coliseum, you don't start out with higher level Pokemon, so the regular potions here are very useful and will come in handy. I'm going to be playing this as safe as I can to make sure that, well, we finish the run. It's almost guaranteed that I finish the run, because this game in general is pretty safe. So even if we run into issues, it should be alright.
Yeah, most of the challenging fights are either in the early or mid game, and then of course Greevil at the end. But in Coliseum, you're really sort of under-leveled for a good portion of the run, whereas in XD the XP curve is a little bit more forgiving, and so for the vast majority of fights, it's pretty safe.
Fortunately enough, and Espeon and Ursaring are both incredibly strong, which helps. Anyways, we'll
Yeah.
actually now be entering our first battles that aren't scripted, or not scripted, but the first single battle. These are our first double battles that weren't scripted cutscenes. So we'll be now seeing our Teddiursa and our Eevee for the first time.
Yeah. One thing that's interesting is Teddiursa, we get to use it as a Shadow Pokemon until we purify it, and that means it comes with Shadow Blitz, which is quite a strong move. Shadow moves are always super effective against any type that isn't Shadow, and they're quite powerful.
Shadow Blitz is base 40, so when it's super effective, it's going to be hitting everything at base 80. Just a quick note.
You're gonna see me calling here because using a move or damaging Zigzagoon with Eevee is incredibly useless. It doesn't save any time because you can't one-shot it, so I just call instead to save animation time and finish it off with Teddiursa since Teddiursa outspeeds. So you'll probably see me be doing some calling here and there.
So there's a chance for Eevee to evolve here, and it looks like we are going to get the fast evolution. Nice.
Very good.
It's a chance to get Eevee to evolve here. You have to hit I think 3 walking cycles for happiness to get enough to evolve here. Otherwise, you evolve either after the next fight or at the end of this section, just depending on how much happiness you have. But this is the fastest possible evolution time, so that's pretty sick. We get to use Espeon, which has better stats for these next few fights.
Yeah, it's a 31% chance to evolve on this battle. So, and by the Matron Lady, which is coming up in a bit, it's a 94%. But you can miss the 94%, you know, like you do, like I've done several times, and it's always fun.
Yeah,
So-
the notes assume that you get it, so when you don't have it, you kind of Monka S a little bit. Because you're like, oh no.
It certainly isn't great. It's depends on your time, how salvageable it is. If you have a good time, it's a reset. You could potentially salvage it. No.
One thing that's interesting in these games is you don't lose time if you crit. In a lot of Pokemon speedruns, if you crit something, it generally adds a little bit of time onto their death. Whereas in this game, they're played like parallel, so you never lose time through crits. which is helpful.
So the next fight coming up here is the matron lady I mentioned, and after this, if we didn't have Espeon by now, it would be incredibly likely that we got it. So, but we already have it, so we can go for fast strategies, or rather, it's the previous fight that you actually get to go for faster strats. This one is, well, it's not the same, but it's just as fast with AB as with Espeon. So this character can be a bit annoying.
Yeah, it can give you, I think, like a few different status moves, right? Not just poison.
Yeah, the poison is the most common. So let's hope we don't get poisoned. Would have liked to see a crit there, but I'll take it. Leer is fine. That's very good.
Yeah, we take those.
Can I jump in with a donation?
Yep. Feel free.
Well, we have $50 from DJ Greenflow, who says, "Go Svanus, do our community proud. Also, name the Espeon Mirror B. Honor the legend that he is." Thank you, DJ Greenflow, and Mirror B is now in the lead for Espeon.
Oh wow.
Thanks, DJ. Love you, buddy.
Good stuff, my dude.
DJ's a wonderful member of the community. Coliseum runner mostly, but he has done some XD runs and solid chap. So thanks so much for the donation, DJ. I will try to do everyone proud, but you never know with Pokemon. Things can happen. Although it's unlikely.
We can always get down to the final fight, and one of the shadows plays mean and kills your pokes. But we're not
I sure do love Exeggutor. It is my favorite Pokemon.
Oh, I'm more happy about the Rhydon. What is it, Rhyhorn? Whichever one it is.
Yeah.
Lightning Rod.
What they're referencing is that this game has a somewhat Monka-esque boss fight at the very end of the game. The very last fight that we do, the equivalent of a champion fight, is quite scary. We have a strat for it that we use, and it's like 50% to go smoothly or something, and it's a very scary fight. So sometimes we might joke around about it, but it's a whew.
Yeah, it's really tough. Like we have a runner in the community called Zeke or Zekeke or however you want to pronounce it, and he's had quite a rough time with the final fight in this game. Had quite a few good paces just die at the end, and there's not really much you can do about it unless you can pick up Togepi, but even then it's like a very unsafe and risky fight. It's incredibly annoying for top runs because you can be on pace and then wow, I lost the coin flip. It's not exactly a coin flip, but almost.
It's like 60-ish% for it to go well. I've had it go poorly twice in a row and lost like 7 minutes.
It's
Because
fun.
I tried to salvage the first, yeah.
Just to pop in, this Pikachu here can paralyze, and it's kind of annoying because you then either have to heal it off or, I don't know, would you pick up a Paralyze heal? I doubt it. I think you'd probably just heal a static Paralyze here from the Pikachu. It could just be a little annoying. See, there it is. There's the Paralyze.
Fortunately, that is fine because I'm gonna deposit Teddy in the PC coming up here anyways. So
Oh, good. Yeah.
Actually, before that, Teddy can even die, and it gets a full heal when it's purified here. So it's a tiny
right.
issue with Espeon, but it's just animations.
we should
Pikachu.
consider closing naming for Teddy coming up here. Just
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
and Espeon at the same time. Honestly, it's
Yeah, we should probably close Espeon and Teddy within the next couple minutes. So get those donations in. You're almost out of time.
incredible.
So, because this game has the purify mechanic with the shadow bars, we're going to speed up the process of purification a little bit. We're going to buy these things called scents, which we are going to use on Teddiursa to purify the rest of its shadow bar. There are lots of ways to do the purification, like we can call and battle these walking cycles that we do. But it's just most efficient to do these scents right here, and it's a fun little menuing exercise.
Making sure not to target the wrong Pokemon there. That is rather bad. If that happens. Although since it's a marathon, I would just like walk until it got purified, but yeah, and you don't want to accidentally use a scent here on Espeon.
So you all know he has a table that he uses to find out how many, like after how many calls, how many cents of each kind he needs. I do the math, but the table's based on the math. So most runners just look at the table once they know the nature and how many calls they've had up to this point.
And now we're ready to go.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be naming Teddy now. So whatever name is in the lead is what's going to be winning. So can I get the name for Teddiursa?
Yes, it appears as if the winning name is TSJ.
Ooh.
Fantastic. Shoutouts to Epic Yoshimaster and Corby May for the TSJ donation. I will try to just do a TSJ, but we'll see. So, to anyone who is not inducted into the Ahead in Time speedrunning community, a TSJ is a triple sprint jump, and this entire name is just a reference to the triple sprint jump trick. So there we go. That is TSJ named, and I'll be naming Espeon coming up very shortly, so...
Any last minute donations, now's your chance. So here we give Egan our PDA number, and it's the saddest thing. Egan is quite the boomer and will send us a lot of spam email throughout the run.
Okay,
All right,
naming
it is
Espeon
now time. Sorry.
A nickname for Espeon?
And the winning nickname for Espeon is Mirror B.
Okay.
MIRORB.
There we go.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Let the salsa rain.
To the non-indoctrinated will be you'll probably understand that name in not too long, but we can just let the music play. Anyways, I'll be going to Mount Battle right now, which is the next area in the game, and if you weren't already tired of the autoscrollers in this game, with the current route that we use, where we deposit Teddiursa in the PC in this area, this is pretty much an autoscroller. I will be mashing A for a few minutes, so there isn't really going to be that much going on. Don't worry, the game will...
Just so we're clear, we lied to the stream. This is a 1v2 now, so you can call this a single battle if you want to.
Yeah, we found that Teddiursa just doesn't contribute much to these fights, and so by depositing him, we save on animations, we save on getting damaged. Even to have Teddy in, but then call every turn, it just wastes more time than he's worth. And the XP isn't a big deal. We can catch up on XP and rare candies and stuff later on in the run, so we don't miss too much from these fights.
Yep. So this is... We'll just be me biting... biting, like... How many different Pokemon? Like... 6? Yeah,
Something
6.
like that.
6 different
Also,
Pokemon.
the experience is a big deal, by the way. Espeon really likes the bonus level he gets for a big boss fight coming up, and Teddy hits the experience threshold it needs to in time. And just in general, this is the fastest way for the fights. I've tested this. It's consistent for Jolteon also to get this experience route. I'll shut
It
down.
it is incredibly useful for the upcoming area. So, although it loses a bit of time to maneuvering in the PC, it saves quite a bit of time later on, and it guarantees some ranges that are very useful to guarantee. So yeah, there's not going to be much happening in this segment, unfortunately. As I said, pretty much an auto-scroller yet again.
Yeah,
But the game does pick up in pace. It's just the early game is fairly slow, and there's also like a mid-segment of the game that's, well, a lot of people don't enjoy that much, which is fair. It's just a lot of repetitive battles essentially, but you know. Overall, a great speed game, just a bit slow to start off.
Once
Well,
you
while we're
get
going
into,
through this,
like, go ahead.
I was gonna say, while we're going through this slower portion of the game, we'd like to remind everyone that Velocity Online is benefiting Rise Above the Disorder, which is a non-profit dedicated to battling the two greatest barriers in mental health care, which are accessibility and affordability. To accomplish their mission, Rise Above the Disorder provides a universal mental health care system to people around the world. Too many people can't afford mental health care, and they're working to change that. Coming up later today, we still have some incentives open for the Star Wars Force Unleashed 2 run. You can donate for the Guybrush Threep Killer costume, and just continue to keep donating for a great cause.
Yeah, thanks for all the donations so far. I'm honestly not sure if I was actually expecting any donations, so I'm very thankful that people actually decided to chime in and nickname the Pokemon. I appreciate it a lot. And,
Yeah.
hope you
Thank
appreciate
you,
the
chat,
name
for your
chosen.
generosity.
Thank you so much for the generosity. It does indeed go to a very good cause. So this is the final battle of Mount Battle, and the final battle of me just mindlessly pressing A.
Are there not any more fights that you just mindlessly pressing on?
Not entire segments.
There
Fair.
might be a few more fights in lab that I think you might press A on, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, there are match A segments in the run, but
Once
Yeah.
we get to lab, that things start to get pretty exciting, I think.
yep, for sure.
This is quite a Mount Battle is encountered in Coliseum quite a bit later. So in Coliseum, Mount Battle is quite a scary section where a lot of runs perish. But in XD, we get quite the benefit here of encountering it earlier. It's not nearly as difficult as in Colo.
I
It's
mean,
basically
Crystal-
free experience.
yeah. Personally, I'm an average Spoink enjoyer and not a average Geodude fan. But hey,
No one's a Geodude fan.
so that's a reference to Coliseum, where there is a double battle with two Geodudes at the end who both use self-destruct, and with Typhlosion, that is a lot of the time a range, and if you miss the range, your run is over. You lose over a minute. So, just, video games.
We're coming up on one of my favorite
So we're now about
cutscenes.
to
It's the Power Rangers, guys. It's so much fun. This is my
I
favorite
love this
cutscene.
cutscene.
Everyone loves this cutscene. Who doesn't? So we're now at the Cypher Lab, which is also an area you encounter in Coliseum. Most areas in this game are encountered in Coliseum. Bar a few, like Gadian Port and Kaminko's house. Those are new additions, but it's all in the same region. So canonically, these things exist in Coliseum, and there will also be there's a reference to Coliseum later on. We're not gonna actually get to see it in the run, but if you speak to, there's a guy who runs the electricity through a windmill in a town in the game, and in Coliseum he says he's been cranking gears for 30 years. If you talk to him in this game, he says he's been cranking gears for 35 years. So it's just like a small small little reference to the same guy operating the systems in Coliseum. Also nice contact. Anyway, here comes Browse 6. Can I get the task fight for Browse 6, please?
No. You can't. You've done it once, you're never getting it again.
So
Okay.
it's possible to one-turn this fight, basically.
Double crit. No thank you. If the game won't give it to me after how many hours I put in, you're not getting it again.
Also, this is dumb, but since obviously marathon moment, I forgot to heal Espion up, so I'm just going to potion there. So I'm definitely not getting the task fight, but we can get a flinch here, which would be useful. We did it.
Hey!
Wow.
We got the
That's-
flinch.
That's cheating.
Flinches are really, really good because not only do you not have to worry about taking damage, but you also don't have the animation that comes with getting an attack. So flinches in general, or misses, are just really, really fast.
Bite is such a good move that it's used all the way until the end of the game.
And Return on Teddy Ursa is the foundation for why we use Teddy Ursa. Teddy Ursa is a physical attacker, and Return is a physical move in this gen. And so as we go through the game and Teddy Ursa builds up happiness, that return, that stab return, just gets stronger and stronger. And that coupled with fake tears, which it'll learn later to help out Espion, means it's just so busted. Yeah.
It beats Houndoom, okay? Houndoom gets Fire Blast. Everyone's happy you don't have to hit an 85% accurate move in this game.
So this is our first proper Cypher Peon fight, and y'all better get used to this theme, because I think 70 or 80% of the fights in this game are versus Cypher Peons.
I love this theme. I can't get enough of it. So you see why I run this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you love this theme, it sure is an experience.
The music is incredible in this game, just throughout. I love it.
There's a lot of borrowed or remixed Coliseum music with a lot of new tracks for the new areas in the game, and it's lovely. Pokemon games are, well, one of the reasons you run Pokemon games is for the music, right? So, yeah, no, the music in this game is fantastic. I'm gonna deny Fury Swipes here because it's a useless move. It's slow and bad.
Imagine it's 2 to 5, but roughly 3 to 5 animations going off in one move. That's how slow that move is. Don't ever teach it.
Yeah, and this Dust Goal is one of the reasons why we do the new XP route, or the deposit Teddy route, because Bite is guaranteed on this Dust Goal, and it is not if we don't have the extra experience. So I'm going to take the heal machine here. This is not really a safety heal machine, you just actually do this in a run, although it might seem a bit queer. Yeah, and I'll be going right now. And facing, well, this battle is pretty free too. We're talking about Mash A battles. This is kind of another one of those. I'm gonna do one extra input that's not mashing A.
You can use Lick.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Saving
more
the frames.
Using moves that other Pokemon are immune to does the same thing, you just don't get the animation. It's beautiful.
And it saves time, so we do it. This Dodo here is an 88% range, and I got it.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Have you ever
Infamously,
missed
I'm good at missing that range.
it? Oh, darn.
I've missed both of these ranges actually in the same fight once. That was funny. Yeah, and this Halo is an 81% chance. Just gonna lick again because saving frames.
Nice.
Got them both.
Clean.
So this is like, we'll now be turning around and walking left. So this might seem a bit slow, but it lines up way better experience-wise, and the fights just become quite a bit faster by fighting this guy early. Although you're supposed to be fighting him a bit later on. So this is Cypher
Yeah.
R&D Tech Opt. Oh. nothing can really go wrong in these fights.
They
Unless,
can go slow. That's about it.
yeah, you can get clamp and you
Bubble.
can kill the Corfish and bubble. Yeah,
Bubble has the opportunity to speed drop you, so that's even more animations. The speed drop doesn't matter, except it's slow.
we really don't want to kill this. Nice. I actually killed it in practice. It's a 1 in 16 to kill the Corfish.
I thought it was a little bit better than that.
No, it's
Nice
a 1 in
punch.
16. This is like the best fight you can get. Water gun, I think, is the fastest you can get from that. Actually, Iron Defense might be. It's
Iron Defense.
either way very good.
Yeah.
The flinch especially is very good because that Corfish likes going for bubble, which is incredibly slow and can also speed drop you, which is also slow. So got a good fight there. Just
Also pay attention to Espeon's experience here. That's a very important level.
We barely get level 16 on this route, and it's very useful to get confusion at this specific moment.
It's very convenient and very fast.
So it allows us to one-shot the Zubat. I'll be swapping Confusion into slot 1. Not yet, but pretty soon. And because it's going to be our most used move in the early game. Although it's pretty tied with Bite, because, you know, Bite is a very high in utility move. So
Bite is 60 base power, Confusion is 75 with stab. If you're a math nerd like me.
While we've got a moment, I kind of want to explain healing machines in this game. Unlike mainline Pokemon games, you have Pokemon centers and such. This game has Pokemon centers, but only in towns, whereas most of the story is done in these sort of areas, which they're kind of like dungeons. And so to replace Pokemon centers, they take the healing machine out of the Pokemon center and they stick it in these places for you to encounter along their route. You can use them for safety and to heal if you need to, but a lot of the time the required ones that we get are done for PP reasons. I find that in certain sections of the game, especially later on, you can run pretty low on PP on your moves if you're not careful. So
I missed an input there, but it's fine. Let's just flinch.
The one we took earlier was for PP reasons. That way we'd have enough, hopefully, to make it to Lavrina, the boss of this area, without having any issues. Oh, come on. Oh well.
unlucky.
Yeah, it's fine. It's the missed input, but Astonish is fine.
At least it didn't use Acid. Acid's like
True.
Surf where it hits 2
Yeah,
pokes.
so do this now. This Anorith is likely to die. It's a 13 and 16, so since I missed the input, I'm gonna do that. It's not drastically
Hey.
slower to have to do this. I basically wasted an animation of time, but yeah. I'm like slightly nervous. I'm a bit more sloppy than I usually would be in making sure to get my inputs right, but hopefully we'll be good. Probably going to calm down a little bit throughout the run, and I'm very
Just get
thankful
the
to have people
range.
with me. Yeah,
It's
just
as
get the range.
easy as get the range.
It's Pokemon summed up, just get the range.
For anyone in chat who might not know what we're talking about, a range just means that your attacks that you do with your Pokemon don't deal exactly the same amount of damage every time. There's a certain spread of damage that they can do based on a roll out of 39. And so when we refer to a range, it means that there's a chance that your attack will kill them and a chance that your attack won't. And some ranges are really good, some ranges are not very good. But yeah, that's all that means.
It's not 39, is it?
Oh, is it 16 still?
Yeah.
Wait.
Pretty sure.
What were you talking about? Sorry, I was focusing on the battle.
Ranges.
Oh, right. Yeah. You can also explain stab, because you mentioned it earlier.
Oh yeah, if the type of move you're using is the same as one of the types that your Pokemon is, it'll do a 50% damage increase. Whenever I say because of stab, it's a said number, I'm already doing the 50% increase on the power of the move.
it's incredibly useful, and one of the leading reasons, I would say one of the leading reasons why Espeon is so powerful, because the psychic type moves, which Espeon gets stab bonus from, are incredibly powerful and versatile.
Confusion base 50 is very strong. It's
Stab is,
one of the... Yeah.
Yeah. Stab is also kind of what carries this route, because you get stab boosted hidden power psychics. So without stab boost, this route wouldn't be possible, and we would be running hidden power electric instead.
If, just so we're clear, if Confusion weren't base 50 for base 40, like all the other stab moves that the evolutions get, for the most part, Jolteon would have a much fairer fight for world record material.
Yep.
And Swanus might be crying because he'd have to hit 70% thunders instead.
It's just hit a thunder, just do a TSJ. I mean, similar range. I mean, I would say TSJs are easier than hitting thunders, because hitting a thunder is 50-50. You hit it or you don't. The classic Pokemon meme. But yeah, hitting thunders is awful, and any stadium runner will tell you that it's awful.
It's 30% miss chance. I say that because that makes it double the miss chance of Fire Blasts.
Which already misses way too much.
Exactly. And
Are
on
we
the
ready
flip
for
side...
Voltorb?
The Sonic Boomer.
So here we have one of the first kind of actually scary opponents that we've encountered yet in this run, and this is the Voltorb. He has a chance to Sonic Boom, and it'll do exactly, I think, 20 damage.
Always 20.
And
Which-
it's painful.
Oh, I crit
What?
it.
Nice crit.
What?
Let's go.
No fair. Okay, he just made this fight about 20 times faster.
Oh, that's huge.
Numel
That's
gets an
actually
attack now, though.
Oh my god. Well, there goes that whole talking point.
Anyway, Sonic Boom does 20. Dragon Rage does 40. Seismic Toss, which gets used in some 100% runs on Teddiursa, does the level. There are some moves in Pokemon that just do specific numbers, and you can just know them.
So, yeah, I'm gonna give Numel a turn here. Not great, but it's whatever. It's better in Voltorb, I believe. It's the crit is good, but it does get Numel a turn, or Bagon, either or. Unless I like crit high roll this, no. Can't be that lucky. My PB gets like tasks like luck in lab.
I'd have been super mad if you got the crit on the field.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to be like a max roll critical.
Yeah, on like a minimum stats Numel.
Yeah, basically. It's hard to kill it, but it's possible. But yeah, like my PB, I think it crits Numel. It gets like the one turn Brow 6. It gets a lot of other useful crits in this area. I think it crits I mean, it basically crits everything, so there's not much to say about it other than that it's really really lucky. So another fight coming up here. This one is not as scary. One coming up after this, though, is one of the scarier fights in the laboratory area. That isn't the boss fight, so this one is pretty free, though.
It's only scary because you don't have any electric moves. Join the Jolteon Colds.
If there's any donations, we have a pretty good window for that.
Yeah.
None yet so far, but we'll remind everyone that we do have some incentives open for currently for today. We have the Star Wars Force Unleashed Guybrush Threep Killer costume. That's currently sitting at $25 out of a possible $50 to meet that. Later in the week, we also have the Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep boss rush, but that's not until Sunday, I believe, but that's another incentive that's open. And we'd also like to remind everyone that we're benefiting Rise Above the Disorder, which is a nonprofit dedicated to battling the two greatest barriers to mental health care, accessibility and affordability. To accomplish that mission, they're providing universal mental health care system to people around the world. Too many people can't afford mental health care, and they are working to change that. So get in your donations for a great cause, some incentives, and just benefit a great cause. Yeah.
Gonna pick up some super potions here. These are incredibly useful. This is a pretty heal-heavy area. I'll be showing that right now, but healing up for this next fight coming up because it's pretty scary.
There was a healing center back there that he could have taken, but it's a lot farther out of the way.
Yeah.
So it's better just use the potions for speed purposes, but he needs the potions later too.
Going to make sure to get a considerable amount of health for this fight because it can be a bit scary, even if it's safer strats, depending on what happens and what rolls you get.
A lot of runs can end up dying just because they run out of potions because of that RNG in this section.
I will, however, be going for the safe strat for this battle since it is a marathon after all.
Aww.
I did forget to mention we do have naming incentives open for the Omega Ruby run later today. So, and all those are currently sitting at $0. So you can name Mudkip, Latios, and Groudon. Those are all open at $0. So you can get your favorite name for any of those in the lead right now.
This Carvana is pretty scary, essentially, as this fight summed up. Looks like we're alright. If this kills, yeah, okay.
Nice.
I mean, it's not only the Carvana. The Magnemite is pretty scary. Can do quite a lot, and crits here are pretty detrimental. So it's mostly slow scary, not necessarily scary in the sense that we kill the run.
The Carvana is pretty scary. It does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we'll now be swapping Confusion to slot 1.
Yes, that's important. One thing compared to more mainline Pokemon speedrun games like Red or Fire Red or something like that is that this game has a huge amount of variance between really fast fights and really slow fights. You know, in a lot of mainline games like Emerald, Sapphire, etc., you might lose like a second or two to having, you know, an extra turn or an extra action being taken. But in this game, if you have a few wrong turns, then you're looking at like 5-6+ seconds at a minimum, depending on what happens. So the potential for time save and potential for time loss is quite huge.
Yeah, you'll see when someone has splits on this game up, and you'll see like a lot of variance, even among top runners, because of just how the way this game works with the variance. So it's one of the less fun aspects of this game, in my opinion. Although it would be quite boring if we didn't route around animation time. But yeah, like having to sit out animations in this game is dreadfully slow, even more so in Colosseum. And I mean, you can lose incredible amounts of time, so you try to optimize or lessen the amount of moves you have to sit through as good as possible. So
it's quite encouraging to be a few minutes down, and then after a couple splits, be a minute or two ahead. Like I find that helps kind of keep you in the run.
Absolutely. This fight isn't really scary, but it has a very annoying range. So.
Also, the Kecleon makes it slow. It has Fury Swipes. Remember that move that we told Teddy not to learn earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. Same move.
Funny Fury Swipes. So I'll be confusioning the Snubble here, and it's a 3 and 4 to kill, or a 75% range. And I created, so, you know, imagine dealing with ranges when you can just task the game.
Also, Kecleon has Bind, so that's 2 animations on its own.
Yeah, it's Fury Swipes Bind, that's incredibly bad.
Imagine using Bind turn 1, then Fury Swipes turn 2.
So let's see. Okay, I got Scratch, which is the fastest thing it can do, I believe.
Yeah, I mean it's damage, but we're about to go to. Are you taking the healing machine?
Yeah, we'll take the healing machine to save potions. I was a bit liberal with them earlier, so. And I mean, it's a marathon, so I'm gonna. It's not like missing the frames, or not really frames, but missing the couple of seconds to go and grab the healing machine is not detrimental to the run. And I do it in my PB, so, you know.
The major reason why most people would take the healing machine is because of PP management. I mean, Espeon uses Bite quite a bit, as often as they can through this, so that helps. But oftentimes, you'll see people just heal up and proceed, just because like the next fight isn't that scary for the most part. I mean, it can be, but we're not going with it.
If you have low stats, it's scary, mostly. If you have good stats, it's usually fine.
The
Unless you
Murkrow's
get
a pain.
crit.
The Murkrow's a pain. That's about it.
Yeah. Overall, it's like not a bad battle. I mean, I'm used to Coliseum standards, so no fights are really bad in this game. Greevil is like your average Pokemon Coliseum fight. You either win or you don't. Or if you do win, you lose 10 years. So, you know,
Just to fill
that's-
folks in on the story up to this point, all that you need to know is that the researcher at the lab got kidnapped, and we've been battling through these Cypher peons to go save him, and that's it. Like, we purified a Pokemon. We're just sort of going through the facility, and we're rescuing our professor, who's totally not our dad.
Yeah, just got the keycard to unlock this place, and we're about to fight Naps. I didn't save for this fight because, I mean, why would I? But, I mean, I have died to this fight before, but it's rare. I mean, I'll be taking precautions as to not die, so shouldn't be an issue.
You took the healing machine. That was the biggest precaution you can take.
Yeah, I could have saved, but I mean,
No.
Probably might save for Lavrina, I think.
I am definitely going to save for
yeah.
Lorena. Everyone's favorite villain. So Lorena is the fight coming up after this, for context, and it's a really scary fight. It's got a 60% range that if you miss, depending on targeting, also a very nice crit
Are
again.
you
Wow.
kidding me? You're doing all these. You're doing all these weird strats with like don't kill the Rhydon with Teddy, and then you go and get the crit anyways.
I mean, it's 25% range, you always go for it.
I always just follow up with Teddy. Just in
That's
case.
fair. But that gives Murkrow an extra turn, which is scary. Huh. The Slack Up is also a range, I believe. Got it, though.
Nice.
It's like a 60-something% range. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already getting pretty ridiculously lucky, so.
Yeah. If you missed the slack off range, I would have laughed.
Oh dear.
That's fine.
It's actually, like, way better that it's target. If it crit Espeon, Espeon actually dies there. Looking at the damage it did on the initial attack, so.
What nature is this Espeon? Since you know
It is Rash.
I
I believe.
that crit. Oh, are you kidding me?
Just crit everything. It's as easy as that. Wow.
1 out of 16. By the way.
Are you gonna? I mean, you can't.
I can't
submit-
PB, it's invalid.
Yeah, it's invalid. But this could be a PB at this rate. Like,
My execution has been a bit sloppy, but I would, if I get a
crit.
good Lorena fight, I would probably be ahead. But like, my PB lab is actually similar. It's very similar.
if you crit Mirror B turn 1, that's just not gonna be fair.
Yeah, I was getting a lot of crits in practice too.
Okay.
So I'm going to remember to heal and save here.
Yeah, we're coming up to one of the most scary and difficult fights in the run. We're coming up to Lavrina 1. She has a Delcatty and a number of other friends that are very terrifying to play up against, just because the Delcatty can Shadow Rush you, and it does a lot of damage, especially to Espeon.
Would you look at that? It's Hatsune Miku.
Oh, and she says one of my favorite lines here in the whole game. You can say, when you say no to her, oh, just wait, she's gonna say, oh, how nasty. So say it with me, chat. Say it with me. We're almost there.
Let's go. Here he comes.
Get ready? As soon as we say no.
There.
Oh,
no.
how nasty.
Love Lorena. I actually really like Lorena, but I don't like the fight on the speedrun. But it's a neat character.
Jolteon does it better. Jolteon one-shots everything.
Smile.
Jolteon has a whole bunch of ranges, but they're decent ranges. It one-shots the Beautifly, it one-shots the Lundus.
But we have a very we're hoping for the best here, and that's why we save before this fight.
Yeah. If I get a terrible fight, I might reset. Just to not have to deal with remembering all of the extra.
This looks fine. So the goal here is to kill the first 2 pokes at the same time, so that way Teddy Ursa hits 19 and gets fake tears upon level up.
Which is an incredibly useful move that we'll be using for the entirety of the game. All the way until the final fight in the game, which it actually carries really hard. So, fake tears is incredibly good.
On the final fight, you don't have the opportunity to set up the next special for Esper, so you need the fake tears.
Yeah. These HP values are slightly scary. Should be safe unless I get crit, but you never know with Delkitty.
Also, 20 on Espeon means that the Roselia is a guaranteed 100% range. Like, before when we were running HP Fire, it wasn't, so...
Generally, another benefit of the experience route, there are several, but that is another one of them, so... Just gonna make sure to not miss an input here. This would be a terrible time to miss an input, so... Like, I'm still a bit shaky.
Only if you don't crit. And with your luck, you're going to crit the Delcatty, even through the fake tears.
Or it's gonna crit me. No, okay, I'm good.
Okay,
Nah,
no
you're
crit.
fine. You're fine.
I didn't actually see how much that did. I'm going to
Feels
use
like 20 something.
The Delcatty is a very good range, but it can be missed. Especially
very
if-
good. 65%.
Hey, I'll take it. It's almost as good as landing a Thunder. Okay, in case you didn't know, all the shadows roll random stats whenever you go to fight them, and they have those stats when you capture them. So in the fight, Delcatty can be plus special defense nature, which is scary, and it can have high HP and special defense IVs, so it can survive the -2 confusion there.
Yeah, and it can also have like really good attack, which is obviously awful.
Oh yeah, I never explained fake tears. Fake tears lowers the target's special defense by 2. Just a quick thing. That's why I said -2. We never mentioned that. That's why it's super useful.
This is why I have you on, because I would totally forget to mention all of these things while I'm concentrating on the video game.
We got another set of cutscenes here if there are any donations to read off.
No donations yet, but we still have those naming incentives open for Pokemon Omega Ruby later today to name Mudkip, Latios, Groudon, and the trainer, which I forgot to mention earlier. And we still have incentives open for the Star Wars Guybrush costume, that's later on today, and then the Kingdom Hearts 2 Boss Rush at the end of the marathon on Sunday.
Get those donations in. All of those runs are sick.
Yeah, right now all of the names for Omega Ruby are open with nothing there. If you have a great name idea for anyone, you can get in the lead and possibly just take it over.
It's free real estate.
Hell yeah.
It's a shame we never used the Purify Chamber in the run because it has one of the jazziest soundtracks in the game.
It's used in 100% at least.
That's true.
You can use it if you're running Houndour. Houndour is not fast.
Do
Houndour
not
is not
listen to this
fast.
propaganda.
It's 100% Houndour propaganda.
Yeah.
Don't run Houndour. Just because it can complete the game fast, it's not fast enough.
So now we go and talk to our depressed Datan, who's over here. He's got too much stress at work. He can't analyze the data that he's been given. So luckily, Crane, the good guy boss, lets us take it to someone else who can handle it, and hopefully Datan can get some mental health help.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you guys are here because I don't know the story nearly as well as you. I just play the game fast.
Also, in case you're wondering why Svanus is having these, why he's not going directly to a place on the map, it's because the map is finicky. If someone can get certain from one place to another in one shot, that's really lucky. Like later on in the game, you have to go at least 2 to 3 places first. So map movement is something that is part of the speedrun.
It's a lot more awkward than it looks, and especially going from Kaminko's house to lab it's a very dumb angle that you have to have the GameCube stick at. It's very easy when you can line it up with the notches in the GameCube controller.
Oh yeah.
But in this game, unlike in Coliseum, most of the time you just can't. So stuff like that will happen, and I lost a few seconds within there.
It's always fun when you can manage to. You always feel good when you can manage to get from Fenac directly to Pyrite here later on in the game. It's always fun to just manage to do that, because if you aren't lucky, you will I forget what's in between, but you'll hit stuff on the way, and that is obviously slower.
So, and this is just another very dialogue-heavy section. You know, welcome to Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, where dialogue is everything, and gameplay is saturated into the late game.
I love the ONBS building. It's so, I don't know, eclectic and sophisticated. In Colo, you have the under, and then this is also clean and, I don't know, professional. I like it.
Oh yeah, one more thing. We didn't elaborate well enough in Fake Tears, because it's going to come up, and I'll just explain it now. Like, because we'll come up with X items. When I said -2, what I mean by that is there are boosting stages and debuffing stages on stats. So let's say you use an X special on Espeon, which we're going to do. That will boost the stat by 50% for the purposes of damage. So when I say -2 for Fake Tears, that is at -2. That is basically double damage.
Here we return a little girl to her mom so that we can get a very important item for the speedrun called the Soothe Bell. This is going to increase our happiness as the run goes on, and it's very important for Teddiursa's return, and it's directly related to how much damage we're going to deal. And so without this, return wouldn't be nearly as strong as it is.
So you're going to equip that immediately, as it is pretty important, and you can't forget it and be okay for the first battle. But yeah, I've recovered several times, or not several times, a couple of times where I forgot to equip the Soothe Bell. It's okay. It's not recommended, to say the least, but you know, it's recoverable.
You can go a few battles without it, but not too many. And we do kind of compensate for that a little bit, because we use some vitamins later on Teddy. So those will also increase his happiness. Just the later you put it on, the slower it is to get to max power on return. And return's max power is 102. So stab, that's 153 power. That's a fun number, right?
Yep. Funny number. So, don't worry everyone, soon we're gonna let the music play, but not yet. We have to get through
Ooh, I'm excited.
2 more cutscenes.
It's still good music, it's just...
Oh yeah, definitely, it's just not the music.
Yep, we're almost at salsa time.
Get your salsas ready. And let the music play. Not now, obviously. But these guys will be talking about the man behind the music, and they've invented a radar that will detect him. The mirror radar. This thing only loses time in any percent, but it's incredibly useful in 100%. Why that is, I cannot explain right now, but essentially, Shadow Pokemon escape to Mirror B, which is the man we've been talking about for this entire time, and who Espeon is named after. And yeah. So
those two guys, they really hate working for their boss. They hate working for their boss so much that they developed that radar to help them escape and avoid their boss. Now, here we've got Duking and Pofty, and Duking can't remember Pofty's name, so he always calls her Betty and stuff. And it's just such a cute interaction, I think.
Don't worry, I can't remember her name either.
Yeah.
Oops.
Don't forget to take back the snacks.
Don't worry.
So we put out these Poke Snacks here. They're supposed to lure wild Pokemon, but having an actual wild Pokemon show up on these spots is time loss, and we don't need them anyway. So we actually put down the snacks, and then we take the snacks back with us. And that's just so funny that it's like, oh, we can't let any of the Pokemon have our snacks. We gotta take them with us.
Also, quick thing, you can be fast enough to before he triggers to talk to you again, you can be fast enough to mash A again and pick it back up.
Oh wow, I actually did not know that.
I didn't know that.
You're able to do it, dude. Like you actually had done it, and you just didn't pick it back up in time.
Wow.
No.
Okay. I didn't actually see. I was just mashing A because that's what I usually do.
Yeah, you had the opportunity. Oh well.
Okay.
In the first game in Coliseum, Duking's kind of mean to you, but in this game, he's a bro, and he just wants to help you find wild Pokemon.
Yeah. I mean, you can say he's a bit mean for good reasons. In Coliseum.
Runs win.
So it's finally time to let the music play.
Oh, chat, you're not ready. Chat, you're not ready for this. We're gonna see the handsomest, most charismatic character in all of Pokemon.
Everyone's favorite.
He deserves his own cults. It's beautiful.
Please enter Mirror B.
What a man. This is what peak performance looks like.
The chaddest chads.
Not only does he have a cool entry theme, he also has a cool battle theme that we'll be hearing now. It's gonna be quiet for a second.
Look at him. He's so lanky and handsome.
Anyone have any bets on what a shadow Pokemon is? Anyone? I hear Lombre. Any other bets?
I'm pretty sure he'll have another Lombre.
He is indeed, and he is a Lombre enjoyer, that's for sure.
I mean, it could be Sudowoodo. We never really did capture his from Hollow, right? So,
True.
yeah. Any other hypotheses?
But yeah, no, this character is quite infamous in the Pokemon Coliseum XD speedrunning community. He's a recurring character from Coliseum. He's just, I mean, he's a very unique Pokemon character, and he's beloved by all.
We actually are blessed to see him twice in XD, and I think in Colo as well.
Yeah, but you only hear his theme once in Colo. Oh wow, it's a shadow Pokemon.
Darn. I mean, it goes with his hair, right? That's the plus side.
Yeah, there's something.
Don't get me wrong, I love Voltorb.
Yeah, me too. I crit this in practice, let's see. Oh,
Haha.
unfortunate.
You can't get every crit you want, okay?
Are you trying to tell me this isn't a task? If you have really good stats here, you can go for another strat that's slightly faster.
I mean, you have the Tasser here, Lithia.
True.
Oh, yeah, we were working on
Furiously
a
taking
task.
notes.
Capital and I are working on Jolteon tasks. Because imagine Crit Thunder that never misses.
Is Jolteon with Test actually going to be faster than Espeon?
Oh,
We're still
almost
evaluating, but it's potential. There's potential.
The issue is Espeon Crit Psychic. Well, Espeon Crit Confusion does a lot of damage still.
Yeah. And you don't really need to crit many things with Psychic.
Yeah.
Most things just die.
Well, the plus side is Jolteon. Once you no longer have to worry about missing, you don't have to set up anything. I think you have to set up like maybe 2x special start the entire run.
Yeah.
Part of the reason we discuss a lot of these alt mains and different routes and things is that for a long time this game had a few very good routes that we were very like standard. And then within the last year or so, there's been a lot of effort to look into possible time saves and do some rerouting and put a bit more like, I don't know, new perspective on the game. XD and Coliseum in general aren't as optimized as the main series games. It's more like we're on the frontier of Pokemon speedruns. So there's still room for growth and for experimenting within these games. So some things that we've held as true beliefs for a long time, sometimes they're getting questioned and they're being sort of reevaluated.
That's why I'm here to question them. Yeah. Oh, just a quick tip for the tasks. And one of the reasons why I like Jolteon is because you don't have to set up at all on Snaddle 1. Imagine creating everything you need to on Thunder. Just start out turn 1.
Snaddle 1 is an awful fight.
Yeah, it's the second one of the big boss fights of this run, and it's kind of a nice sort of early mid game sort of milestone that once you pass Snaddle, you kind of have a good idea what kind of pace you're on.
And you kind of just cruise for a good chunk of the game.
Yeah. Once we get Ursaring, the game becomes a lot less scary. But currently, like with Teddy dying is not great. So this fight in particular isn't bad. There are bad fights in this run. So just not current.
Thomas, you want a candy skip?
Absolutely not.
Marathon safety.
On. It's really easy. Or you can pick it up
You
and
should
just not
probably
use
get the
it.
candy for safety.
I mean, picking it up and not using it sounds like a better idea.
Picking up and not using it, or you can use it on Ursaring later.
Exile skipless.
Anyways, I found Candy Skip in my most recent PB just because I accidentally forgot to pick it up. I'm just like, I know the experience routes. Let me just fiddle around with it, and everything works.
You get more ranges though. And
But
you hit all the same experience you need at the times you need it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
So
saying
it might just come down to like a safety thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I don't know the exact details, but I am
I'm
sure
also-
there's a good reason for the candy being in the route.
Also, this Cypher Peon Torkin is a creep who follows you he drops down onto you in the elevator like a psycho, and he just pops out and he's like, "Hello, I was behind you the whole time."
Are you impressed?
No. Us speedrunners will always say no.
Some of these Cypher Peons are hilarious.
Yep. Water Sport is good.
Yeah, it's a really good move.
It can quick attack, which is like the worst thing it can do. I think.
I'll jump in for a second. We have an $8 donation from Bubble with no message, but thank you very much, Bubble, for that donation.
Yes, thank you, Bubble.
Thanks, Bubble. Good cause here.
Confusion.
This is like a 10% confusion, right?
Yep. But imagine hitting yourself in confusion. I mean, who would do that?
Imagine.
It's literally 5% to hit yourself in confusion just because it used, like 10% and 5%. It's really stupid that confusion, like being confused, is put on so many psychic moves.
I actually don't know what this Makuhita does if I let it live, aka I miss. I hit myself, so.
Isn't it technically like a 99% range or something like that? Technically.
We'll find
I
out.
think this Makuhita is guaranteed.
Nice.
Good.
There are a lot of
Not-
99% ranges in this game, though.
Especially with Shadow Mons because of the variance in their stats.
HP Psychic actually has. You HP Psychic a lot of the birds at the end, and at -2, both Articuno and Zapdos are. No, it's Articuno. Yeah, Articuno and Zapdos, I believe,
Yeah,
are both 99% ranges on this route.
Moltres is kind of squishy.
So, I will probably just safety heal and Psychic them,
Yeah,
just to avoid the 99%.
that's smart.
TSJ's attack was increased. I love the name. It's unfortunate that literally no one else but me and May / people from Hat community watching will get the name, but it's lovely. Epic
At least
Yoshi
it's
Master
only
being
3
immortalized. True, it's fast. It's a good name. It saves time.
If I could have afforded the money, I would have donated to Name It Houndoom just for the fun of it.
You could donate for the Alpha Sapphire, like the Oras naming incentive, or the Omega Ruby. That's the one. For the Mudkip and the Latios, those ones are currently. We currently need any donation to get those naming incentives.
I've actually never missed that range on the Dustox. It's not bad. It's just annoying.
I didn't even know it was a range.
It's a 9 and 16.
What?
Yeah. This Beautifly is also a 9 and 16.
Okay, I figured about the beautiful. Let's hope this Vulpix doesn't use Shadow Wave.
Yeah. Using Shadow Wave is not bad in a dangerous sense, it's just incredibly slow. There we go, there it is.
There we go, I called it. Yeah, Shadow Wave is very slow.
There are slower Shadow moves coming up later in the game, which we hopefully don't have to experience, but it's one of the slower ones.
I think like
Yeah.
Shadow Sky probably has to be the
Yeah.
slowest. By far.
Shadow Sky is the slowest by far.
Yeah, and there are a few Pokemon that carry it, like the Lapras, that will be facing way later on in the game, but still.
There's also Shadow Storm, which is on the Hypno.
Yeah,
Oh,
also
dear.
I don't think
incredibly
you
annoying.
ever use it. Like, I don't think it's
I've
ever
ever
used.
Wow, you have not? Incredible. I get it every time. I think I get it in all of my PBs. Gorrigan is a funny fight.
I'll explain Shadow Sky when we get to Luna's home.
That can be left for later.
So Yanma here can be kind of annoying.
And same with the Sneasel. But it's not unsafe. It's just, yeah, again, potentially slow. Is the main concern. It didn't use the slow move though, so we're good. Again, just like pretty straightforward fight, not too much to talk about currently. I used a heal machine to play it safe and to preserve potion count. Yeah, this I'm having speed boost is a little bit annoying.
Have you ever thought of using Metal Claw? Just because.
It loses frames.
Yeah, but it also protects against return. like, no, what is it? Reflect.
Just don't get reflect.
Yeah, is that yeah?
It's that easy. Fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not easy.
No, I think I get reflect in my PB. I think I also use Metal Claw in my PB.
Yeah.
So that's Sneasel gone. Probably going to go for Mistress here. Again, just playing it safe, although taking damage can be good. Or as good in this section.
Actually, go for Duskull. Duskull also has Shadow Sky. I mean, not Shadow Sky, sorry. Shadow Wave. So.
Yeah, that's true. But I generally tend to go for Mischievous, but it's whatever, really. It's just scary if it crits, I guess. I'll go for Duskull.
Yeah, for anyone
Or
confused on this fight, you can choose which to go for here, whether Duskull or Mischievous you want to kill here first, and they just have different sort of things that can happen if you kill one or the other.
Ooh.
Nice miss.
I made the right call. I mean, you made the right call.
Clearly. I've
Wow, that was really good.
not seen that miss. We're overall this run is what would you call it? Pretty lucky so far.
Yeah.
Haven't
a
really had
good
any
run
major
so far.
issues. Yeah, this is well, we're currently absolutely on pace to finish on time.
Mhm.
So, but can still go badly. And some of the menus I'm taking like slightly slower than I usually would, just to make sure I don't mess up, because you know, marathon wanna show off the strategies and preserve the route of the game.
On the old routes, we used to catch a Ralts here, because the Ralts has a Twisted Spoon, and we used to give the Twisted Spoon to Espeon. But now we skip that. But that used to be a really big part, was you'd get a Great Ball in the lab earlier, and you would use it on this Ralts.
In Colosseum, we do still catch a Psychic type Pokemon that's holding a Twisted Spoon, except in Colosseum, it's not a Ralt, it's Metatite, and it's a lot more annoying.
In case you're wondering why we skip it now, people got the great idea to start using the experience share to compensate. It compensates very well.
Incredibly well, actually.
And then people also decide to start using Hyper Beam on Bear.
Also a good move.
That kind of solidified the route. So we most definitely do not need Twisted Spoon.
There is the infamous Ralts. Yeah, this
Now
fight
we
is
get to just punch
pretty
it in the
free.
face. Or bite it, I
Hooray.
think.
No, you actually bite Vigoroth. You return Ralts.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right.
Teddies should be faster. A lot of Teddies that actually are runnable end up having plus speed nature, so they are guaranteed to be faster.
Oh.
than others.
I missed. Okay.
What'd you do?
I accidentally mashed A.
It's just a Shadow Wave. Don't worry, you're gonna lose like 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's just animations.
I'm still. I can't believe I'm still like a bit shaky, honestly. This is only my second marathon. The last marathon I ran at was the last velocity.
Yeah.
So
Well, you could be looking at a really good Exalt skip here.
yeah.
Oh come on, you guys are supposed to fake it, you know.
Oh, dang.
Well,
Okay.
no one knows what Exalt skip is. It
No one knows
doesn't
what that
tell
is.
you
Okay.
anything.
Come on.
No one knows. It's okay.
No, we have said nothing.
Okay, so we've got a really challenging fight up here. Exalt, he's the boss of all the Cypher Peons in this place at the moment. You can see, look at those gains. He's one of the really sort of chads of the Cypher organization.
Very Chad. Has a Shadow Mawile. Has Intimidate. That's gonna hurt Teddy a lot.
Yeah, this fight is pretty scary. You're very wrong.
Oh, you didn't save. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh,
no.
dude. No way. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we didn't save. Teddy has 8 HP. Okay.
GG.
So this first turn really it matters here. You know what moves you click.
Go for Tail Whip this time, okay?
Yeah, I'll try to not miss the input.
Fan attack. Oh
wait,
no!
did I
no,
just?
no!
Oh no! Oh no! Dude, you bit. Oh no! You can hit your own
No.
Pokemon.
What are you doing?
Oh
throwing.
no!
No, okay,
Oh
this is
no!
actually
And the
intended.
okay, well they're gonna target Espeon. Does it live? Okay.
It's gonna look like
Good, good. It's dead. Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh no! We didn't save either. We're gonna have to go all the way back to the beginning.
Wowie.
Guys, it's
Wow.
over.
Okay, guys. Yeah, close up the marathon. It's over. Nah, just kidding. We're fine.
Yeah, this is actually what you're supposed to be doing. This segment.
So the story advances whether you win or lose there, and we don't need the XP from those
And it's a
mons,
free
and
kill.
it's not worth the time it would take to kill all that stuff. So we can just kill our own Pokemon, and we get a heal afterwards anyway.
Very useful and fast.
Just
Except when I
killing
talk to the-
one poke- yeah. Just killing one poke of Exals will bring in the Shadow Mawile, which has Intimidate, which is a bajillion animations. So it's so much faster. You save like 2 to 3 minutes just dying there. And you don't need the experience off of it.
Picking up the safety revive.
Yes, please.
I'll also be picking up the max revive in Cypher Lair. So yeah,
Yeah.
heading out now. Leaving
Yeah,
the
we've
building.
got time for a donation or anything like that if you've got it.
No donations just yet, but we can take this time to remind people that Velocity Online is benefiting Rise Above the Disorder, which is a non-profit dedicated to battling the two greatest barriers to mental health care, which are accessibility and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system to people around the world. Too many people can't afford mental health care, and they're working to change that. Some of our incentives open are the naming incentive for the Pokemon Omega Ruby run later today. You can name the trainer, Mudkip, Latios, and Groudon. Those are all still sitting at $0. So you can get your favorite name in for any of those right now if you so choose.
Which you definitely should. As those runs coming up are great runs, and we'd love to have the donations for the already great cause. And I'm sure those runners would appreciate the donation.
So here we get scammed.
namespace.
They tell us that we're the 1 millionth visitor to Fennec City and that we've won a prize. And in accomplishing that, we are being forcibly removed from Fennec and sent to the brand new casino scam, Relgum Tower.
Wow.
Which honestly,
This
I
has-
love Relgum Tower.
Yep.
Oh,
That's
I
pretty-
love Relgum Tower, where I can buy thunder.
I thought you
Yeah,
were an
it's a-
average Blizzard fan.
get to do-
Oh, how dare you!
So here we get to do a bunch of shopping, and we get some nice peaceful music, and it's a good time. In 100%, you get to do some battle bingo here, and there's also battle sims that you can do in this tower. And I remember when I played this game as a kid, I spent most of my time in Relgum Tower just doing all the mini games and the Coliseum battle and everything.
I think we should make metronome cups mandatory in any percent. So it's time for shopping.
So we're gonna sell a vitamin here, as well as the Pokesnacks that we got earlier. And in exchange for that, we're gonna buy some very important TMs, including Hidden Power and Hyper Beam. And these are very important for the run.
Those are the only two important ones.
So I'm gonna be doing a menu here. Gotta make sure not to fuck it up, because it's pretty bad if you miss this menu. And with pretty bad, I mean detrimental. I mean, you can recover it. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's pretty bad if you do.
You cannot recover if you don't teach Hidden Power.
Yeah, no, that is true. Almost overrode bite, which would have been, funny moment. With that I mean, it would be absolutely dreadful.
No, that was
But,
a good menu.
Okay,
I'm sure.
Good menu.
time for some
For
quick
playing
math.
it safe, it was good.
This is what base power? Hidden Power? I know it's like 68 plus, but like, do you know if it's 70?
I think this is Hidden Power 69.
Nice.
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 Anyways,
No, I'm not joking. Like, I think it's hidden power 69. So,
Yeah.
yeah. This hidden power should have 30. It should have what? 10. It should be like right around 100 after stab.
so pretty powerful, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's stronger than Psybeam, and we get it earlier, and it has a shorter animation. Those are the three main reasons why this was routed this way. Normally we have HP Electric, which just has a lot of coverage, but this gives you a very early power boost. And do we skip Psybeam here, like in this route?
You don't teach Psybeam?
Good. So it also saves that menu, and yeah, I think I covered most of it. Huge.
So
power
here we
boost
find
early.
that we find a very ominous note from the mayor who distrusts what's going on in Fennec. And here is kind of the big reveal that not all is as it seems in Fennec, but actually there's been a takeover. Cypher has taken over the beautiful Fennec city. Oh no, we gotta go save it.
So this entire segment here is one of the, apart from the final 2 fights, or final 3, it's one of the reasons why HP Psychic saves time.
Wait, HP Psychic actually saves time on this fight?
Not on this one,
Okay.
but it saves time on the next. It saves time on the one after that, because HP Psychic one-shots Linoon, with the range and 90%. And it makes the Torkoal Nuzlocke fight a lot better. This area in general sees the benefit of Hidden Power Psychic a lot. So you'll be seeing that coming up, as I know you're not, probably both of you, not the most familiar with this kind of route, or this route, rather.
We'll jump in. We have. Oh, sorry.
No.
Go ahead. You
I
got
was saying we have $10 from Etchy, who says "Go Svanas go."
Hello, Itchy. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Thank you, Sir Etcherton.
Sorry.
Sir Edgerton.
That's ETG to you. Anyways, this fight is pretty free from here. Nothing really changes. Mightyena is a mean Pokemon, but it's fine. It doesn't really cause too much misery menuing hard.
The misery comes from the Torkoal fight, but yeah, with this route, having that Torkoal fight be nicer is a lot off your mind. There's so much that can go wrong in that fight.
We're still probably gonna see it go wrong.
Yeah, and then we get to
you know-
talk about it. How fun!
Hell, content.
Mind if I give a prelude to it real quick?
Sure.
Sure.
Nuzleaf has Fake Out. Torkoal has Smokescreen. Yeah, that's a good start.
Purple also has Body Slam. And
Oh.
Nuzleaf has Dig.
I never see Body Slam. I just I run
You're
too much
just
Jolteon.
You're just getting lucky and not getting paralyzed.
Yeah.
And then
I run
there's
too much
Torment on top of that to make things even more frustrating.
It's almost worth to save for the fight due to how bad it can go. Almost.
Reminds you of a Call
you
of
might.
fight.
It's a marathon. You have time to safety save for it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not the end of the world, and I might actually do it because if the fight goes like really, really bad, it's not run ending, but it's just going to drag out.
Yeah. It always weirds me out how in this room the fights are done on carpet. I'm like, dang, that is a really large carpet.
Why not?
First benefit of Hidden Power Psychic. Well, I
Nice
was trying to
crit.
crit anyways, but
Darn.
yeah, this Pineco is guaranteed. And we'll be seeing another one coming up in this fight right after. So, seeing the benefits of the Inspire Psychic immediately, and then we'll be seeing the downsides a bit later. So, finishing up this fight real quick, pretty free, nothing can really go wrong here. Making sure not to miss menus. I'm calming down a little bit. Sorry for being so shaky to start off with. I'm still not used to this setting, but
This is a great run. Like, so far, the execution, the crits, this has been a really smooth run so far.
nothing much just went wrong, and we're going to have another fun fight coming up that is not fun in Electric. Yeah, no, this fight is fun.
Hey, Linoon is usually the scary fight.
Yeah, Sand Attack is Monka.
The actual scary fight here is going to be the Sneasel Kadabra one.
Oh, we get the Hexagon brothers again, but this time they're all Justy.
They're all
but
playing.
yeah.
They're all playing makeup and pretend.
Let's see if they can count this time. Count off. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and look at that!
It's
They
so
did it, guys. They did it.
They completed it in the most convoluted way. It's so funny. It's adorable. There are so many reasons to love this game.
So this fight is free. Imagine running HP Electric.
Imagine.
Disclaimer: I run both.
Just land thunder on this. It's totally fine, Svanas. You'll run Jolteon one of these days. I'll make you.
I'm smiling. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
this
as we
Linoon
mentioned
is 20 moves, but
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, this Linoon does have Sand Attack, and that can cause things to be a bit wacky. But you just crit, and it's that easy.
I mean, it's guaranteed, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, is it guaranteed? Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, benefit of HP Psychic. It's not guaranteed in Electric. I think Confusion is like a 60%.
Yeah,
it's not a range. It's a 2-shot.
It is a 2-shot. Okay. It's been a while since I ran HP Electric. I've kind of only been running this leading up to the marathon, so
good.
It's a good route. It's really, really good. Credits to Rafflegon for creating this route, and I think he also made the HP Electric route too, if I remember correctly.
think he updated it. I think
he updated it.
Yeah, he did update it, and he's been a major contributor in community. Absolute massive shoutouts to Rafflegon. Extremely good rider, and he's come up with a lot of strides in this game, and he's done a lot for it. And he's also a top runner to top it all off. So definitely, this is all thanks to him, as I wrote in the run description. So yeah, definitely Roth, and then it's also Capital's, should I say, fault that I'm running here, because without him I wouldn't be able to run PAL.
Yeah, it's really good because otherwise PAL was just not feasible to run before, and then things kind of worked out, and now the runners who were able to run this game because PAL manip is a thing, it's pretty heartwarming.
And shout out to Moltres.
Yeah, Moltres best bird.
Molt. Can I get a molt in the chat?
Molt.
Oh yeah, Roselia is also guaranteed with HP Psychic. Surprise, surprise. Imagine not outspeeding Ramride. Bad Teddy. See, I'm probably gonna heal for this next fight, actually. It's not usually something I would do, but it's so troll if it goes badly.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
By the way, fast Teddies can... If it's fast enough to outspeed Rimraid, you can bypass the Roselia range with Confusion. I'm just going to mention this for the HP Electric route. You use Confusion a lot more for obvious reasons. That Roselia is like a 50-50 range. You just use Fake Tears, and you still kill the Rimraid. So Fake Tears isn't one and done move. You use it throughout the route.
I wasn't sure if I had regular potions left. That's why I was checking there. Because I didn't want to use the super, but I had to. And I'm very high on super count because I bought some extra ones in the early game, since I only needed to get 6
very
inhabitants. So yeah, no, this fight is awful.
Are you kidding me? You don't like missing return on Sneasel?
Fake out, Teddy.
So yeah, that is that's a thing that can happen, and part of why we use an X attack to begin.
Yeah. I needed to think there for a second. Oh my god.
Oh
Damn.
boy. Oh boy. This
And
is going very
so
wrong.
here we go, chat. Strap
This
in.
is going very wrong very fast.
This
Freeze.
is gonna freeze, isn't it?
Freeze.
That's gonna synchronize though if it does. Okay.
Darn. Hey, at least you hit the Sneasel.
That's a start. It's a good start.
That Sneasel can be a terror because obviously it's a dark type, so it can just mess with Espeon.
Let's get this range. We got the range.
Nice. Okay,
This is like
we're
a-
recovering.
This is like an odd fight scenario, essentially.
That Meowth animation is so cute.
Really calling the Meowth animation cute.
Okay, well maybe not in the shadow animation, but just the way he bounces. I don't know.
I mean, it's not bad. Yeah, if I missed again there, that would have been really annoying.
Yeah. You underspeed the Meow. Oh,
No.
you're just killing it with HP Psychic.
Yes.
I would have healed in return with Teddy, but
Hey, that's cool. That's fast.
that's
I need to
bad.
heal twice here anyways. So, if I want to play it safe. So, it's not worth doing the in-fight menu.
Oh yeah, this is a marathon. Safety.
All right, and so now we finally get to we get to put the key card in the thing. Oh wait, no, that's later. That's after, right after Snaddle. I always get my brain sees the gym on the inside there and leaps ahead in the story. I've actually walked over to the console there sometimes in my runs.
Actually going to save for this fight. Oops. I don't usually save, I'm not used to... I don't have muscle memory for saving.
Why should you? This game is fast. I mean, it's not fast, but you're used to taking all the risks you can.
Yeah.
So this is that fight we mentioned earlier with Torkoal and Nuzleaf. This one has a lot of cheesy moves and abilities and things that can go wrong. So hence the save.
We're hoping for no fake out from Nuzleaf here, initially.
Okay, quick question. We have confirmation that Dalton's not going to come for this record, right?
Yes. That is a very bad start. That is the worst start we can get.
Oh, wow.
Need this range. Ay, ay, ay. So, yeah, this fight is now gone as bad as it can. Oh, but,
okay.
but that helps.
Okay.
That's a lot
That's something.
Yeah.
So now we just do this again, and we can't get fake out. And this Torkoal is a 7 out of 16 range with Hidden Power Psychic.
Oh, dang.
Ooh.
I might do something really dumb after this fight, depending on how much PP I have to use.
Are you going to take the bed?
Yes.
Take the bed anyways. Yeah.
It's not that slow.
It's not that slow.
Teddy, please. Okay, that's good.
That's
Okay.
a plus side. So wait, do you just hidden power? Yes, you do.
Yeah, we really need that accuracy on Espeon.
Imagine not having Hidden Power Psychic.
Yeah,
Such a
HP
good
might
move.
be quite slow.
Yeah, it sounds pretty slow. I don't know what it would be useful for. I don't know why you
We
guys
hit
are running it.
Oh, the next fight. And you know, there's a couple man-tines, and
Just return them.
there's a bunch of flying types too. You know, the last fight has 3 of them.
Kind of sounds like Return Machine Go Burr.
Yeah, that's basically what it is in this route. Return's a strong move in the Pokemon video gaming series.
Yeah.
Also, those Pelipper that are coming up, you can actually one-shot with HP Psychic. Their ranges, but
Hey, goes the left door. Left door is 1 second faster. That was my first time save in this
Is
game
it a
that I
whole
ever
second?
found. It's a whole second because that person, that NPC there takes like it's either a second or like almost a full second. Because they walk so slowly and they take 1 fewer step when you go through the left door, and when you're on the right door, you're slightly further away, and so they take an extra step.
And the other NPC walks less too.
True. So
That
left
one I
door
have
so-
no. Yeah.
Okay, so these
Quick
next
bag.
fights we go back to back to back.
Yeah, there's a break.
Oh, is
Yep.
there a break before Snaddle?
yeah, I'm gonna need to save before that fight, which is
There's
also one
two
of the reasons
there.
why.
There's 2, and then there's what? There's 2, then there's a break, then there's the one before Snaddle, and then Snaddle.
Yep. So yeah, I missed the Pelipper range is 25%, so it's not great.
Yeah, that happened.
HP electric with no range, or
Curious.
curious.
I mean, I think HP Psychic with a good RNG saves like 13 seconds in the segment or something. I think it's the segment that saves the most time for HP Psychic with the good RNG.
Yeah.
Like getting the Pelipper range.
HP electric
there's-
obviously makes up other places, so they're usually considered equal.
Mm.
Although
saying-
this is a pretty recent development, so usually considered equal, I guess.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe in like
We'll
a
see.
year from now or something, after we've been running this for a long time and different sort of changes get made, one might come out to be ahead. But for the most part, running 2 hidden power routes helps with the minip, cuts down how many rolls you have to do, which is just a nice thing to have.
Absolutely. Intimidate.
So Chimecho is a range.
I never get it.
It's like 60%, and I didn't even
And
know
this
the
is
range
proof.
until like I was actually doing runs because I did a whole.
Imagine
bunch
not knowing.
Yeah.
I never get that. Never get that.
Never
range.
get it. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 66% or something like that. Good flinch. There's that at least.
I just really like this theme too, not gonna lie. It's great.
Yep.
Cypher Peon theme. It's I think I prefer the one in Coliseum, but this may be because you hear it less. So yeah, this fight's gonna wrap up pretty soon. Then I'm going to be healing to full again and saving for the final 2 fights in this part of the run.
In that case, I'll let everyone know that while I haven't specifically said it earlier, you can allocate your donation to name multiple Pokemon for that Omega Ruby run if you just specify how much of your donation goes towards each name.
So you
Yes.
can drop $3 and have the name for all 3 of them in the Mega Ruby.
Conceivably, it is possible.
This is a very not this fight, but a fight after this is one of the scariest fights.
No.
in the
This
game.
fight can still be scary a little bit. The Graveler has
Not with
brick
HP
break.
Psychic.
Oh yeah, fair.
You just kill Graveler.
The Graveler has brick break, so that's what I'm used to. You're having to take a turn to heal for Teddy to make sure you don't like die turn 1 to Snapple.
You barely take any damage here on this route.
So
And
fun
it's pretty
fact,
solid.
those swirls that happen before the fight with Cypher Peons, they call RNG 9,700 times every single frame for like a good second and a half. So that's like 400, like 40,000 or 400,000, no 40,000 RNG calls in the space of like a second. It's kind of ridiculous.
Should probably explain what an RNG call is.
Right. So in most games you have a random number generator, and so all the randomness that you have in video games is not totally random per se. It's based on a seed that you get at the very beginning, and then it just does a certain amount of math on that value each time. And the formula is constructed such that when you do the math, the result that you get looks nothing like the previous one. So for all intents and purposes, it seems random. But if you know what RNG value you have at a particular time, you can kind of work out what RNG value you'll get after a certain number of calculations, after a certain number of rolls or calls, as we call them. So that's kind of how we do the RNG manipulation to get our starter. Is Aldolaro, who developed the RNG manipulation for this game, tracked and figured out all the RNG calls that happen in between when you start the game and you name your starter, or you name yourself, because then the starter just generates right after that.
Healing Espeon there was not intended, but it shouldn't make a difference. It might make Snaddle slightly
Teddy's
slower.
squishy. You don't know that. Teddy is squishy.
True.
Incoming survives on 1 HP.
Incoming crit.
I don't remember precisely, but I think my Teddy might survive on 1 MPB. I like to risk Snaddle. Even if it's 2 hours into the run. Wow, that's more than 2 at any percent runs. In fact, it's like 3.
Just so we're clear, the reason why I decided about Houndour was because I hated the fact that Teddy was so squishy. And we had so few, like, the odds to get one runnable was so small. So, this Teddy, when I say it's squishy, I mean it's squishy.
Good.
Okay, that's good.
That's a good start.
I rocked him on Espeon too? No? Okay.
Aw.
That's...
Oh yeah,
HP.
that didn't do too much damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the reason we let Quagsire live, or we used to let Quagsire live, because the Rock Tomb wasn't quite as bad as some things could be.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh,
Did you
okay,
say-
alright.
Well,
Did
Dang.
you save? I wasn't paying attention.
We
I
saved,
did
but we
save.
do have a revive still if you wanted to use that.
yeah, I'll do
no.
revive straights. This is
No.
fine. It's
I
not.
would have reset.
We'll see.
You're gonna
Play
get
it
into a heal.
Okay.
You're fine for battle turn, it looks like.
So chat, you're starting to see why this fight can be scary. Why this is a difficult fight.
Yeah, it has pretty funny AI. And with that I mean it has no AI basically. Targeting wise.
Yeah, in Coliseum, the opponent's AI is a really big factor in the speedrun, but in XD, we hardly ever think about it. Like, in Coliseum, you had pages and pages and pages of notes for different leads, different AI patterns and stuff, whereas in this game, it's pretty straightforward for most of the fights.
Let's just be clear, Colo cheats.
True, they cheat in that game. The AI can literally read stuff into your read your Pokemon data and
Yeah.
do some math.
Yeah, I consider cheats cheating. So, so heal plus cast form is my instinct here. Yeah.
I agree. If you're wanting to go really gutsy, you could probably get away with just playing cast form and doing whatever you need to maintain.
Kind of true.
Yeah, no
Tank
Shadow
doesn't
Sky.
kill from here, so
Oh, I thought I'd mention it now. It's a little late now, but Shadow Sky, the Lunatone is the first Pokemon to have Shadow Sky. It is a weather move, so it acts like rain and sun, like Rain Dance or Sunny Day. But it also acts like hail, so it hits any non-Shadow Pokemon, and those each cause animations. So, if
no,
if
that
it
couldn't
gets off-
kill. I have it calced. Don't worry.
Yeah, if it gets off
Okay.
Shadow Sky, you every turn there's at least 3 animations going. No, plus the animation showing that Shadow Sky is still up. So 4 animations minimum every single turn. So that's why we want to kill the Lunatone as fast as possible. Get it out of there before it can use Shadow Sky, which it is guaranteed to. That's part of the AI. There are other Pokemon later that will have it, and we kill those immediately too. There's a Swallow that we have to kill immediately, and that can outspeed the Espeon, and that is scary.
Yep. I think that this was an actual run. It's actually kind of still pacing, by the way.
Yeah,
don't-
this is pretty good pace run.
I don't have splits open, but if I remember correctly, we started like. When did
It's
we
still
go
a
exactly?
204 Snaddle. It's really
Yeah,
good.
205. We
It's-
started the timer a bit late.
Right. Yeah. That's it.
It's a good
That's-
Snaddle.
That's pretty good
It's
now.
okay. You wanna if you're going for a world record attempt, you wanna have like a sub 2.
Yeah.
This
Marathon.
is not a world record attempt.
Yeah,
So-
Smiley's holds the world record, and he's nutty. He had a really good Snaddle split.
He also has insane execution. Probably him and Tutelar are probably like the best XD runners execution wise, I would say. There aren't really any active XD runners right now, so it's hard to call anyone an XD runner.
Well, yeah,
I'm returning.
because this game is so long, it comes and goes with activity. I would say that ever since the PSR Discords split up, I think Colo and XD have had a lot of activity, at least compared to before the split. So it comes and goes. In terms of
Absolutely.
active runners.
A lot of the issue is a lot of speedrunners are in college. You'll see that, or
Yeah.
they have similar requirements. So when college is going on, there's not enough time to speedrun the game.
That is pretty much my position and why I haven't been able to run this as much I would have liked before the marathon. So I'm a little bit rusty on some things. Like you saw me walking in the wrong direction at the start of the run and stuff like that. I'll probably make a few of those. My menuing isn't completely up to speed. Because I've just not been able to grind it as much as I would have wanted to. It's one of the reasons why I haven't really been doing full runs. I've only been doing segmented runs lately too. So yeah, we're gonna now travel to question. Favorite location in the game.
Why are you going that way?
Because it's swag. This is now a swag strat, don't worry.
If you didn't notice, he had an exit
I can
directly
walk
to the left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we
But,
just picked up a very important item, experience share. Mind if I explain how the experience share is, how it functions in this game?
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so normally the experience share straight up gives 50% to any Pokemon that 50% of all experience earned to the Pokemon that has it equipped. That's how it normally functions. In double battle settings, if the Pokemon is out, it will give 75%? Yeah, it'll give 75% of the experience to the Pokemon that is holding it. So when we give the experience share to Teddy, it will be getting literally 75% of the experience, and that's the first Pokemon we're giving it to because we want Ursaring as fast as possible. And we will have it after the next 2 battles. And then we will be moving it to Espeon to pick up a lot more experience for a good chunk of the rest of the run. There'll be a break when we need them to gain equal experience, but it's really important to be equipping the experience share at different times because we want each Pokemon to hit different experience thresholds at different times to get levels and to get the ranges that we want them to.
Yep, so there isn't really any other things to be done in the menu, so I will actually be equipping the experience share now, so I don't forget that. That is going to unequip the Soothe Bell from Teddy Ursa, which is fine. It has served its purpose.
You could have waited till right before Chobin and gotten maybe another walking cycle worth of bonus happiness.
Yeah.
Not a huge deal. Here we get a side quest to find a old man's lost Bonsly. Now, this is kind of interesting because this game is part of Generation 3 and is one of the only games in Pokemon, in the whole Pokemon series, to have ever revealed a Pokemon from a future generation. Because Bonsly is a Gen 4 Pokemon. And so they kind of, this along with Munchlax, who you see at the Pokespots, which we don't go to in the run. This Munchlax and Bonsly are sort of sneak peeks at what would be Gen 4.
Just a quick, just gonna shoot it in before I forget it. Quick clarification on why I actually walked south instead of westward. Coliseum muscle memory.
Oh, I'll go. The Bonsly quest that we just picked up, we only needed to pick it up for the storyline. Once we interact with the Bonsly, we can completely drop the quest and proceed.
Yeah, we never returned this guy's Bonsly to him. In this timeline, they're forever separated.
No, we just never return it to the we never return to complete the to pick up the battle CDS, the reward.
Oh yeah.
I think technically it gets returned, but actually no, it never does.
Yeah, like he runs away, and then I thought that was the end of that.
Yeah, you get
You're supposed to go and find him again or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here we're just running errands. We're looking for parts for our scooter because it broke down in the desert. But look, Mom, we're on TV. See, that's us.
Hell yeah.
And they're like, oh my gosh, are you the one who defeated Snaddle? Oh, wow. And then they agree to give us some information.
Yep. Also, I'm not sure I would call it a fun fact. It's a rather frustrating fact for me, but if you go to Chobin's and Kaminka's mansion at this point in the game, you trigger a cutscene there if you enter the mansion. I do it in my PB and it loses like a million years.
Oh, before you can do the Robogroudon.
I forgot to go to Gadeon.
Oh, wow, that sucks.
Yep, it's not horrible, but yeah, it's the thing about these long runs is that it's very easy to forget a lot of things throughout the run, and there's a lot of notes to pay attention to, a lot of alternative strategies that happen if you miss ranges, etc. So it's just very overwhelming, and if you're already tired on top of that, or like trying to talk to a chat or a stream, it gets pretty overwhelming. And it's one of honestly, personally, I find it one of the harder parts of running Pokemon in general. It's just maintaining the focus and concentration needed.
Yeah, the endurance is a huge part of it. And Chopin here, he's got a pretty terrible memory. He forgets that we are that he knows us, and so he mistakes us for a burglar yet again. And challenges us to a fight. But this time he's got slightly better Pokemon. But they still get wrecked, so.
Not as wrecked in HP Psychic as in HP Electric.
HP Electric one-shots the Gyarados. Now the sad thing is, in any percent we need to go to +1 for the Tropius. So otherwise we would be one-shotting the Gyarados anyways. we wouldn't need to go to +1. We could just 2-turn the fight if we didn't need to go +1. No, it's not a 2-turn. It's like a 3-turn. But you get the point.
Yep. I could actually have returned there for safety on a Gyarados, but swag, you know?
Swag.
Save the frames. It's like 3 and 4 at -2. With
Got
HP
a
psychic.
flag on it.
Exactly. So here comes Kaminko when Chobin alerts him, he also thinks for a burglar, because he also has amazing memory.
Personally, I think it's just because they're blind. They can barely even make out that you have red hair, let alone who you actually are. Especially since you know we're wordless.
Yeah,
Common
I mean,
protagonist issues.
potentially.
He's got quite the laugh too. Foo 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 foo.
And quite a looks. So here's
So this
Robo
here-
Groudon.
Yeah,
Good for you.
this Robo Groudon cutscene is one of the longer cutscenes in the game where there isn't any dialogue. So this is where most runners use an opportunity to go to the bathroom. This is like the bathroom break split in the run.
I would have done it if it wasn't too far to my bathroom,
Mhm.
but
I would have
it's a
done it
little-
anyways and taken the time loss.
Yeah, I take the time loss too.
I'm not competing.
Imagine losing time.
I'll take a second here then during this cutscene. We can remind everyone about our cause here at Velocity Online for Rise Above the Disorder, which is a nonprofit dedicated to battling the two greatest barriers to mental health care, which are accessibility and affordability. To accomplish this mission, Rise Above the Disorder is providing a universal mental health care system to benefit people around the world. Too many people cannot afford mental health care, and they are working to change that. We have incentives open for naming the trainer, Mudkip, Latios, and Groudon for Pokemon Omega Ruby to be run later today. We have an incentive open for the Star Wars Force Unleashed 2 Guybrush Street Killer costume. And then later in the weekend, we still have the incentive open for the Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep boss rush. So if any of those tickle your fancy, especially those naming incentives for Pokemon Omega Ruby, since that's coming up later today, so get those donations in. You can donate for multiple names within one donation if you just let us know. And yeah, make sure to benefit for a great cause today.
So yeah, this fight's pretty different too. On HP Psychic, quite a bit riskier. You take a lot of risks with Gyarados essentially, and it critting you is really bad. But I mean, I will just revive if it does. But it's you need the EX pretty much. But it's not
I was
the.
always confused by why Kaminko developed Robo Groudon, because all he does is throw Pokeballs with it, where he develops this huge mecha beast only to throw Pokeballs at you and use Pokemon to do all the work anyway.
Yeah, that's that surely is an observation, and I'm inclined to agree.
In case you're wondering why Gyarados is such a threat, it has 125 base attack and Thrash is a 90 base power move, so it will hit hard every single time. Just for chat to realize that this fight can be scary, and if it crits, it's probably killing Teddy.
Yep. I kind of meant to call there, but whatever.
Yeah, pretty smooth fight, all things considered.
Yep. And now CygnusERS is going to evolve. And we're gonna get the
Bear time.
big mirror bee. Wow, would you look at that XP share, making this exactly level up. Incredible.
It's almost like this was routed.
Curious. Oh yeah, I'm about to rare candy skip here.
Are you?
No.
Darn.
Debate. I've accidentally canceled this evolution before because I was mashing buttons after the end of the fight.
Oh, it's
And
okay.
then,
Then, candy it.
Yeah, then I have to use the candy right away to get Ursaring.
There we go. There's the big TSJ. Very good Pokemon, and the run gets a lot smoother from here on out. Now that we have Ursaring. In general, There are a few bumps in the road, but generally it's smoother from this point onwards. And we'll be saving a bit and taking it pretty safely. In particular, there is one fight here that is, or a set of fights that are especially scary on Hidden Power Psychic coming up in not too long, that aren't particularly scary on HP Electric. So
Fun fact, whenever you see a character with those little like yellow exclamation above their head, that calls exactly to RNG calls. Every
amazing.
time you see one of those.
That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, and you're supposed to go and do a puzzle for this section, where you use these colored hooks and like, sort of traverse around this area. But if you just go to the back door of the lab, Kamiko just lets you take the elevator down. He's kind of just like, I ain't got time for this. He lets you go.
Wait, really?
Skip the whole puzzle.
I didn't think you had to do the puzzle. I think you just...
Well, if you go like through the right-hand door, you go down these stairs and then you go and do the puzzle. But you're able to just go do that door and take the elevator down.
I didn't even think the puzzle led down. I thought it was just backstory. I might be missing something there.
I might have to check that later. I don't know. At least that's what I thought. Anyway. So here
Turn out to
we're
accidentally teach over the wrong move.
yeah, it's very easy to accidentally teach the wrong move.
If you teach Hyper Beam over return, your run dies immediately because you don't have the power points to go anywhere.
So yeah, as you can probably tell from that, it's very unfortunate that that happens, and I very much made sure not to do that in this run, considering I didn't save before. I would have to go back to Snaddle, and
Now we get to see what happened to that boat that got abducted at the very beginning of the game. This
My
is it.
favorite boat. I mean, I don't like the inside, just like the cutscene, but my favorite boat of all time.
Yep. Well, this is an auto-scroller. Huh.
Yeah, we got time for a donation or something.
There's nothing really
We do not have any donations currently, but again, get those donations in for naming all the Pokemon for the Omega Ruby run if you can.
Yes, exactly. Svanis, are you going to pick up any items in the ship here?
Nope.
All right, we're skipping all the items. There are some optional items that you can pick up. I think there's an iron, and then there's some PP items as well. But if you're
Why
on
not
good
PP
pace
up?
or you're safe, then you don't need to worry about them.
BP ups actually save some, dude. Almost
Well, don't
I
you-
mean,
I
you
think-
grab them later.
You pick
I
them
grabbed
up,
a-
yes, in the
Cypher
key
key
layer.
layer. I'm grabbing those.
Yeah. Those are also quite fast. It kind of just depends on what kind of a run you're on. If things are kind of going rough, then you can pick up items in the ship. But in general, the best practice is to get them in Cypher key layer. Now this is an interesting fight. Are you gonna do it?
Yes.
Okay. So this fight is very similar to Exol earlier.
Well, come on, you're supposed to...
I mean, we did that joke earlier. Do you think that? Do we?
Yes, you're supposed to do it every single time, and then let
Okay.
the chat just laugh at you when it fails. To
Oh
be
no,
surprised.
we hit Ursa Ring again. Whatever will we do?
Yeah. Hilarious second time around meme.
Espeon and died. We didn't save. Oh no, whatever will we do?
Oh no, whatever will we do?
Oh, that's a good crit.
Nice crit.
That is actually a good crit.
Aw, yeah.
So now I think Cacnea kills. Yep.
Sick.
Nice.
That's actually a really good Spartan skip.
Yeah, that's as good as it can go.
Usually I'm looking at Espeon at full health, and I'm thinking, I have to do a 90% accurate Hyper Beam to one-shot this. Darn it.
Just be low.
So yeah, we meet up with this bum who's been living in the ship, and he heals us up, and it's very nice of him, But he's got a problem. He keeps hearing these noises further down in the ship, and he wants us to go and find out what's going on there.
So that we will do. And yeah, this is also another like auto-scroller segment. Well, auto-scroller in the sense that I'll just be taking a straight path. Swag
Yeah.
route.
Nice swag. Yeah, the only way to really lose or gain major time here is with this movement. It's very easy to accidentally fall off these platforms, and if you do fall off the platform there, you have to go and push the box back out of the way and then push it back into place just so that you can get up. There's no like ledge grabs or anything, so you really just do have to push these really slow boxes around. So you gotta be really careful with your movement.
You can easily lose 2 to 3 minutes if you miss the wrong box, like miss the wrong pedestal.
And here we have to walk very quietly up to this Bonsley. But then we get an email, and Bonsley runs off anyway.
Yeah.
So
Fantastic
Drax-
mechanic.
And that's the last time you ever see Bonsley in this speedrun.
And
Oh,
the last
yeah.
time you ever go slow.
True.
Never
Intentionally, at
seen
least.
again.
We also never see the old man again. The list goes on. Thankfully, we don't.
I always hop off that platform on the north side and then have to push it.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
It always feels so bad.
We're gonna see something unique coming up here too. Something I don't think is seen in other Pokemon games, as far as I'm aware. Oops. And we'll be seeing it shortly. But the cutscene coming up right here, is interesting to say the least.
Very.
You'll see right now.
I mean, personally, the rest of the Pokemon franchise should have taken a hint from this one. It's a good idea.
Yeah. With that, I mean, it's probably a bad idea, but it implies that it's possible. So, I mean, yeah. So we get sleep powdered by this gloom.
Yeah,
Very
how often
unfortunate.
do you see a trainer or a human actually sort of attacked by a Pokemon in a cutscene like this?
Only in Colo and XD.
So now our snag machine is gone, and it was snagged by Team Snag'em, which is the second evil team in this region. There are two evil teams. It's Team Snag'em and Cypher. And it's the same in Coliseum. Movement. So yeah, that's the end of that. Now we just leave, and we're coming up on another fight skip.
I think Zook Skip was one of the first skips to be routed, or was that Exile?
I think Zook might have been before Exile.
They're both really like old skips in that we've had them as part of the route for years.
So yeah, this is a Zook skip coming up here.
So remember that bully from Gadeon Port at the beginning of the game? Well, he's back.
Better than ever.
Chad Supreme.
And this is not the last time we see him either. And there's another recurring character coming up after this skip too. So here we have Team Snag'em Biden, pretty topical.
I love the names for the NPCs in this game. They're always just so wacky.
And same for Coliseum, they're great. I think my favorite Coliseum name is like Ryder Raiden. Hunter Zalo is good. But Ryder Raiden takes the cake. First prize. Unfortunately, we don't get Ryder Raiden in this game. It's very sad.
But we did get President Biden.
It's a
We
consolation
did.
prize. It's definitely a consolation prize. So here is a Zook, and we'll be skipping this fight, just like we did with Exile.
Yeah. I mean, in how many Pokemon games do you ever see yourself getting suicidal? Like, it's pretty rare.
Just this one. Actually, no. X and Y. You death warp a couple times. I think
Red has a point where you get self-destructed on, but we do it ourselves here. We don't need no enemy to kill us. We
Dude,
just
yeah. We
do
just
it
like
like
you
the-
can't
it's,
fire me, I quit.
You can't kill me, I'll kill myself.
it's quite
Exactly.
a lot. It's quite a lot faster to do it like this. That is very unfortunate.
Oh.
That is crit. Makes it a little bit slower.
Yeah, the Hyper Beam would have one-shot the Espeon here. We're going to be much slower.
I'd probably die here. Unless AI moment.
Unless Zangoose has, like, no previous.
Nice.
Zangoose's stats are kind of strong.
No. Would you look at that? Once again, we have wiped.
You know, in the really, really old routes, they would catch the Zangoose because it has a silk scarf, and you could give that to Teddy. But this was like a long time ago. Return and Soothbell strats are just so superior. But that was a Pokemon that used to get caught a long time ago.
Actually, I had no idea about that.
Yeah, for a long time, Retro's XZ run had Silk Scarf, I'm pretty sure. His PB
Right.
on the boards.
Yeah. He got a new one with PAL. But, or with new PAL Manip, I believe. But it was his old leaderboard PB. That is correct. So we're just gonna have a little talk with Sek, the guy on the second floor building here that we spoke with earlier. And then we're gonna have a reunion, so to say.
Salsa time. Number 2.
Who doesn't like some salsa? Salsa and good music. Great combination. Head straight out here and head to Outskirts Stand. So any call runner will dread this area. This is the major reset point in Colo, also known as like your starting area. So this is where you know if you hit your manipulation or not. And there is no PAL manip in Colo. It's the same for all versions, NTSC and PAL. So you just cry.
Just hit the
When you
frame
don't get it.
perfect trick. It's 1 in 60.
Yeah, just
No, it's not 1 in 60. It's 60 FPS. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, okay, so yes,
We all
it's
know.
1 frame at 60 frames per second. It's not like a probability; it just you hit the frame. But the game in the overworld runs at 30 frames per second, but then menus, which include the naming screen, run at 60 frames per second. So this game actually changes frame rate when you get in and out of menus and stuff.
just be consistent.
So look who it is. Chat is blessed again.
Once again, I will be quiet for a little bit just to listen to this amazing track.
I love the electric guitar.
It's so good. So I think I'm on TMs, right? Let's see. Yes. Making sure not to use the wrong X item wouldn't be the end of the world, but yeah. I would like just buy a backup one. So this fight is pretty straightforward. Nothing much to talk about here except Mirror B being amazing.
Yeah, this is just to restore your motivation and energy for the run with the music. You get a nice break here.
Yep, it's been a while in the run now, so you're bound to lose some
Unfortunately, it's the
motivation.
last time you see you fight Mirror B at least, so you get it while you can.
Yep. And Now he
Speaking
has
of restoring some energy to the run, we do have a $10 donation from Creeper Plays, who says, awesome to catch Sivana's stream. Never played this game before. It looks so different from any other Pokemon spin-off I played. Best of luck to the runner.
Yeah, thanks, Creeper. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the luck and the donation.
Shout out to Creeper Place fellow head-in time runner. He's recently gotten pretty injured. His knee got injured, so best of recovery, Creeper. Hope you're doing well. Hope your knee's doing better, and hope you get to return to proper streaming soon. Yeah, thanks so much for the donation. Appreciate it. So that is Mirror B. Yeah, nothing really can go wrong here. The only thing that would probably be like missing a menu, which I made sure not to do. Really safe fight. Straightforward. And we're going to be buying some items in this section of the run. I'm going to get an extra full heal because of some particular fight coming up.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So this is like the last major shopping, or I think it is the last shopping that we do in the entire run.
It's the last one.
So we kind of spend all the money that we have here, and any money that we get after this point it's not used for anything.
We're getting
And you got the
Togepi.
Togepi? Nice.
Yep. This Togepi is 100% a safety strat. It is not needed, but it doesn't lose too much time.
It's the fastest Pokemon that you can get, like in terms of an additional Pokemon, because there aren't any other guaranteed catches other than the Teddiursa. And this is of the other gift Pokemon and trade Pokemon and stuff. This is just the fastest, so we can get it. In the old routes, when we got Ralts for the Twisted Spoon, the Ralts took that place. But since we don't get Ralts anymore, it's nice to have something to swap into. So we grab the Togepi.
This guy right here is a reference to or like a throwback to Coliseum. He's the first trainer you fight in the game.
And you also have to say yes to him no matter what. He will loop you into saying yes.
Yep. He does the same in Coliseum. Ryder Willie. He's got it's not unique to him, but his theme is good.
He's got that Colo specific sort of music, and I remember when I was first running this game and I had never run Colo, I'd only run XD. I remember thinking, why is this guy so special? He seems like just a chump from Outskirts Stand. I don't know why he gets his own music theme, and what is this? And then it wasn't until I actually started to run and watch Colo that I got, okay, so that's who this guy is.
We all know Colo.
The better game.
Wow.
What? No, this is the better game.
I think they both have their strength. Colo is interesting from a adapting on the fly perspective, which you don't really get that much in this game. You get it a little bit more than maybe in other Pokemon games because of the double battles. But well, how do I say it? I guess it's like semi-scripted in a way.
Yeah,
it's
this game's a lot more safe to test stuff in. Hence why people have been testing routes in it. It's a lot easier to route. It's very straightforward.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about 93 pages of notes. I'm not kidding. The Coliseum Quilava route notes, the Quilava route notes for Coliseum are like 93 pages long.
Wait, what? I haven't looked at it in ages.
It's insane.
My notes
it's
in
a lot of
like
work.
15.
Yeah, there's just so many like potential leads and like different strats that you do under different circumstances that it ends up you have like 4 or 5 or 6 pages for just one fight.
So all of the fights here are free except the last 2 fights, which are dreadful on this route.
You can say that again. They're dreadful on every route.
Yeah, but in particular here,
The main reason that they're really dreadful, at least on the other routes, is that they can status you in a lot of different ways and with a lot of opportunities to status you. They can put you to sleep, they can paralyze you. I don't know if they can poison.
Yeah. I mean, you kill the glooms outright, so that's not an issue.
But if you get paralyzed, it's quite slow because you get animations and then you have to heal. You have to full heal them, and that all is just some unnecessary time loss.
It's the reason I grabbed an extra full heal from the store.
Yeah, it's a really smart play because you can pick some up, but it's nice to have them before the fight because I don't think you can pick them up till after.
Yeah, ironically the full heal chest is in the room for the characters we'll be fighting coming up. So yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird decision for them to place the chest in the back of the room where you can't access it until after the fight.
I'm also going to save for those fights because they're bad.
Mm-hmm.
Gonzab less so, but still bad.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I think those hypers are they lose so little time to pick up that I don't think the time saved from not grabbing them is ever worth it almost, unless you're going for record attempts. I grab them in every run I do.
Yeah, it's a very safe item to grab.
They are very easily not out of the way to grab, so it is really useful. And now, if you're trying to save time because you are going for a record, those
Even
are still
then.
the fastest. Like, even then, those are still the fastest, and it's free healing. So you have to be running really behind and going for world records still in order to skip them.
You can, if you skip them, you can skip. I know if you grab them, you can skip Fennec chest. But you'll be a bit low now. Nope.
Probably just smoking something, but
I definitely did not skip them.
okay, yeah, I just forgot.
Yeah, skipping Fennec chest, not recommended. Can be done if you're going for record. It's slower than grabbing the Hyper Sim hideout.
Declining
you
really
rest.
want them.
Yeah,
Just
you
in general,
definitely
you-
really want them.
Yeah, because everyone saw how bad the Snaddle fight is. You need those hypers, even if it's specifically for that fight.
And now we'll be getting our most powerful move. We go around him because that angle's too tight. And it's actually not by level up, it's because that would be too slow to get it. Or we would be getting it too late. Instead we pick it up here. It's Psychic. Incredibly powerful Psychic type move that has beyond it to use very well. So yeah. Confusion. Or Psychic over Confusion rather. Pokes are healed, so that's not an issue. Talk to this guy because then he doesn't walk up to you.
He doesn't.
Man, I would hate to
suck.
be part of Team Snag 'em. They all get their heads shaved. It's awful.
They're great. What do you mean? Don't you think they look amazing?
Well,
No.
if you turn on your stream next time and you have a shaved head, I'll believe you.
About
They-
that.
At all. Now Gonzab, their leader looks cool, but that's just because he's ripped while he has a shaved head. These
His
guys
combo
will-
look is better.
Gonzap is really cool. I love Gonzap.
So, yeah. Just a pretty free fight. I have to hit Hyper Beam, but yeah. Other than that, free fight.
Just have to hyper beam, hey, it's 90% accurate. Not too often will it go wrong. You can go entire runs without missing a hyper beam.
I'm
Exactly.
feeling like a Greeble missed this run.
Oh boy. That sounds bad.
Greeble missing is always fun. What do you mean? It's entertaining. My favorite. Nothing
Oh,
like
yeah.
it.
Sure.
So yeah, now those scary fights I talked about are coming up. they're the next set of fights here. Once I walk up these stairs, I'm gonna save here. And here we go. Hovering going with a PDA back or whatever. Here's Gonzap. We saw him here. He is
Gonzap is the direct opposite of Zook. If Zook is the Chad that's mean to you and bullies you, Gonzap is the Chad who's the bro, right? And he gets it, and he's cool.
Yep, he's not initially a bro, but
Yeah, not initially he's not, but spoilers, he's a good dude at heart.
yep.
He respects strength.
In Coliseum, he is not a good dude, but
Yeah.
neither is Wes really. So
Coliseum is just a whole bunch of criminals being criminals.
I mean, Wes starts Coliseum by blowing up a building.
Exactly. I don't even think we should call him a hero.
No, he's like,
He's the
what even are his
protagonist.
motives?
He's the protagonist, but that's the best you can call him.
Yeah, he's
Yes, Randall, this run has actually gone very well so far.
except Snaddle.
We've got some good crits earlier, and Svanus has had some really good execution, so it's going well.
This Mantine I really hope this Mantine doesn't live here. It's a range.
If your attack's high enough, it shouldn't be a big issue.
My attack is slightly above average. Got it. I didn't get it in practice, so that's why
Oh.
I know it's possible to not get it with my current attack. Don't paralyze.
You ready for next Hyper Beam, boys?
Didn't get paralyzed. So this was a very good Vakeen. This because of Mantine and because you have to Psychic Fortress. This fight does become a little bit scarier than Gonzap, especially if you go into Gonzap's status. So yeah, it's a bit finicky, but we should be good now. I can play safe on Gonzap if I get paralyzed.
And we hit Hyper Beam. Nice.
Such a cool
Part of the
animation.
reason that we use Hyper Beam at the ends of fights is so that if we use Hyper Beam at the end of the fight, then we don't have to see the recharge text, and it saves a bit of time.
And now it's time for Gonzap. So here we go.
Look at those pecs. Oh,
What a man.
it's borderline banned on stream. It's borderline TOS. Look at those.
Yeah. I mean,
So
Sure.
this is probably a stupid question, but because I haven't run Psychic yet, I just don't know. How do you deal with a Skarmory?
you Psychic it.
Oh, okay. I'm used to just flipping something super effective.
Yeah, that is also like why Gonzap is slightly worse on this route.
That fake out is why we use items to, as part of why we use items to start up, and we need the stats.
Okay. I didn't get paralyzed. I was like trying to react if I get paralyzed or not, because it leads to different strats basically. But yeah, good Gonzap.
I love the way Electrode's eyes pop out of its head while it dies.
It's a good animation. I agree. So yeah, now Gonzap is free. Nothing can really go wrong from here, I believe.
Nice.
Hyper Beam crit from Skarmory. No. That's only if you get paralyzed. Yeah, no, that's free from here.
Should be
Sweet.
Ah, such a good team. So, I don't remember who it was. I think it was Damon and Stochi, I believe. I think they both watched my PB, and in my PB I whistle the entire run to all of the tracks. Also, wow, I didn't know that was a range. Well, things could go wrong, I guess. It's not bad. It's not great.
I mean, it's just a simple call to fix that.
Yeah, gonna call return.
Oh, call wakes you up? I didn't know that.
Really.
Wow. You know, this is a very useful knowledge in call team, so
But you didn't know. But you did know about the accuracy.
Yeah, I know about the accuracy. I didn't know that it healed the... Does it heal other statuses as well, or just sleep?
just sleep.
Oh, well, that's pretty
Sleep.
useful.
Very.
Yeah. So Hyper Beam crit here, potentially scary.
Nice missed.
Nice miss. You see what we're talking
Same.
about by 90% accurate move?
So you just Psychic Skarmory here, and well, you're supposed to Psychic Return, but Vile Plume is a range. I think it's a really good range on +1 attack with return. So I've never missed it, at least. But yeah, you Psychic Wish Cash, and then because a return doesn't kill Wish Cash. Hyper Beam does kill Wish Cash, I believe, but yeah, then you couldn't finish off Skarmory, so you give Skarmory an extra turn, and it just ends up being very bad. But yeah, now we got our Snag Machine back, so we can finally snag Shadow Pokemon again. Now that there's been
We were snagging Shadow Pokemon in the first place.
Yeah. Didn't you see?
I mean, yeah, we caught Teddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Lots of snagging.
I mean, realistically, we should just let him keep it. We're going fast here. Why would we need to catch anything else?
Oops. I think this is like the least needed full heals I could potentially pick up since I
Least
used no
needed.
full heals there, but I'm just picking it up. Marathon.
Yeah, you have it's better to have them than not.
Yep.
I think there was one run that died because I ran out of full heals.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I've had it happen too,
One.
actually. Don't need to heal. Healing it either way.
You
Yeah.
really do not need to do that. You have plenty of
Sometimes
people-
it's just for the PP, you know? Sometimes it's nice to know
It's-
that you'll be fine.
It's completely safe to not do it, but I did it anyways, because, you know, why not?
Yeah.
I'm also going to take XP share off Espeon here.
Zook 2, are we going to skip this one also?
I hope not. Just open the
Nah.
PPA. Let's go.
Just checking trainer ID.
Yep. We actually
Nice,
can't
man.
skip Zook, guys, so don't worry about it. I wish.
I wish to.
If we could just kill our own pokes again, just so we can skip this fight, I'd be down for it.
He is free, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the only thing that kind of, like, doesn't try attack do something.
You don't take damage from it. You just kill both.
Oh, you
Yeah.
kill it in this route? Oh, okay.
10% each. So if try attack were an issue. Burn, Terra, and Ice. So it'd be funny on Togekiss. Or Togekiss.
We'll be coming up to a segment that I'm the most rusty at soon. Like post Garrigan. That's where my rust is gonna kick a bit in, because I didn't have enough time due to university to practice as much as I would like. But I think I should be good still. Just safe to say
Yeah,
for
you'll
the
be good.
scary moments. And I'm already taking a lot of safety precautions, so yeah.
I always find it interesting that he's got both Seviper and Zangoose on his team. I imagine they don't get along well behind, outside of battle.
I'd completely forgotten that there's lore between those two. What is it again? I don't
Oh,
remember.
just that they have a beef. They don't like each other. I can't remember why, but the
They
lore
don't
is
get
that
why. It's
they're
just
just
a beef.
rivals.
You can HP Electric this Carvana in Electric, right? I believe. And you save Rough Skin. Yep, Rough Skin text. It's been a while since I've ran it though. Potentially wrong, but
Pretty sure it has something to do with mongooses killing snakes.
Mongoose are the only natural predator to cobras.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I did not know.
There
I
you
didn't
go.
know that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
amazing. I had no idea Zangoose was a mongoose. I don't know or didn't know what a mongoose was. What kind of animal is it?
I'm
if I-
googling it.
If I may.
I'm pretty sure they're related to ferrets.
They look a lot
mongoose.
like a more rabid ferret, sort of.
A mongoose is a small terrestrial carnivorous mammal belonging to the family. I don't know how to say that. This family is currently split into blah 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 blah. Yeah, so it's just like a scary ferret.
Mongoose. I'm searching it right now since this is a right.
Oh yeah, and this is where Gonzep becomes a bro, and we use the gloom to attack people again and put the guards to sleep.
Hey, I have a quick
Yep.
question. How does the gloom not also put you and them to sleep at the same time also? They're not even
True.
wearing like any masks or anything.
It's just built different.
You can't get put to sleep when you've got gains.
Exactly. So gonna head right here. All of these fights are free. Oh, this is I actually mentioned this segment earlier. This is kind of one of the segments that drag on, and maybe drag on a little bit too long, especially for my taste at least. But yeah, no, it's pretty much like.
Personally, this is a fun part because this is where the experience starts to matter. You need to be overleveled for a good part of this section.
Yeah.
That says most of it. You do get a whole bunch of experience during this section, so it does play out.
And we decline Psybeam because it's a bad move.
HP electric runners everywhere. Recoil.
Really?
Oh, no, it's
we taught 5e what, an hour ago? Something like that? We already taught Psybeam. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's called
it's all
Hidden
better
Power.
Psybeam.
Yeah.
You can safety, dude, but okay. So basically, how it works out is that you can skip, or you can get it and skip a healing machine, but like the time save doesn't add up at all. It's just like it does not work. You'd rather be taking the healing machine because it does more benefits than picking up Psybeam for safety. It's just bad, loses time, has no benefits except safety strats. It's like if you're more comfortable with the alternative safety strats, it's basically the only argument for teaching Psybeam, which is not an argument. Not a great one, at least. It's not detrimental though. Like if you're on 230 pace, sure, or sub 230, I mean. Oh, sorry, sure, you can do it, but if you're any like 230-ish pace, it's fine. It doesn't really matter what you do. So yeah, pretty free fight again here. Just hidden power. The notes here are pretty much hidden power, hidden power, hidden power, hidden power, hidden power, with a few bites in between and a few psychics every now and then when things don't die to hidden power. Great move.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky that the RNG manip is precise enough and that we can set it up with enough leeway that we can actually manip for hidden power, because a lot of Pokemon speedruns that have manips may not be able to manip for hidden power, like Fire Red, Leaf Green, for example. In those games, they're just happy to have the right stats in nature, but we're able to accomplish quite a bit more with our manip.
No, it's a shadow Pokemon.
There's also the issue with other games of them not having access to hidden power early enough for it to be useful.
That too, yeah.
I have to
Like,
Hyper Beam
the
because I
roll-
got intimidated. So that Gale has all shadow Pokemon have like if they have 2 or more possible abilities, the ability is random. So this Gale can have or it cannot have Intimidate, and here it had Intimidate, which means Return wouldn't kill, or it's a range, I think. I don't remember. And
Just Hyper
you just go for Hyper Beam.
Yeah.
It's inconsequential. It's just very slow if you miss, so you'd rather just go for the Hyper Beam. So I'm gonna take this healing. This is the healing machine that I was supposed to take. This is in the route. This healing machine is very fast, and it's necessary for PP management. It's PP is a lot tighter in this route than in HP Electric. But I mean, when I say a lot, it's not really a lot, but it's slightly tighter.
Yeah, it was already pretty tight before, and so to make it even tighter, it's something you want to. I mean, you don't have other things like you would in Call to think about, like AI and stuff. So in place of that, your brain kind of focuses on keeping track of PP and stuff like that.
I know we used the speed XP to outspeed Sharpedo, but it was always like a weird like special to me because you never really X items on these kinds of fight basically. So it's odd to have an X item used here, but it's the outspeeder Sharpedo coming in soon. Very useful.
Okay, this might sound crazy, but just routing thought. Would it be useful to, like, do you think Swallow could be killed at +1 return? Just in theory.
And skip the X speed.
Yeah.
And HP electric Sharpedo.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, this is just a theory. I don't know if an X attack would be better and we just kill Swallow. And we just...
It probably depends on your attack. Swallow's pretty tanky.
It'll also mean the
HP.
rollback dies, too. Oh, I have to...
Yeah, that's true.
Might be something to calc.
Yep, might be something to look into. Again, these games are semi-unexplored territory. There's a lot of routing still to be done in these games, a lot of testing, so if you're into that sort of challenge, feel free to check out the community. We've got a lot of lovely members and helpful people in there hanging around, whatever your questions are. And we have a couple of people working on a task right now, even though it's pretty far in the future, and it's just like generally a lovely bunch of people in the Coliseum XD speedrunning community.
Yeah, exactly. If you come from the mainline series and you want to try a game that has animations and room for potential time saves still, this is a great one to do it. Like Svai said, the community is awesome. I love all the people in it, and we got our fair share of memes, great songs. Like it's got a lot going for it, and that's why we're all so passionate about these games.
On that note, that is going to do it for my hosting block here today. I personally will be back tomorrow at the same time, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to pass it over to Joker Sleeps, who's going to take over for the rest of this run and some of the afternoon.
Alrighty, thanks for the hosting. It was amazing. Thank you so much for
See
keeping up and reading all the donations. See you. Goodbye.
So I'm Joker. I just want to mention that the Coliseum XD Discord has great Mirror B emotes.
Yes, we do. We have 25 of them in a big square, a 5x5 square to truly capture the spirit of Mirror B.
We have plenty of Ludicolo emotes too.
If you're not sold on joining the Discord now, I don't know what to tell you.
Lava emotes.
True.
Some Espion emotes.
Yeah, just a lovely bunch of people and 25 emotes making up a singular Mirror B.
Exactly.
It's got all that you need. But yeah, just another pretty free fight. I mean, you can miss Hyper Beam here and it's a bit slow, but...
DJ's got the emotes in chat. He's got the Ludicolo ones and the Salsa.
Salsa.
In Coliseum, the song for Mirror B, it exclaims the word salsa, but then in this game they don't say salsa, and in this game it's kind of more of a rock and roll mixed with salsa, I guess.
It's a great theme too, though. I love both of them. It's sometimes hard to determine which one I like the most.
You gotta start a war.
Oh, don't worry, it's already ongoing. The average Coliseum Mirror B fan versus the average Coliseum or XD Mirror B enjoyer.
Average, you say? There's nothing average about it.
I just spaced out there for a second. Don't worry. PP management again, very important. So 4.5 hour
Yeah.
runs are like that, or this is going to be above 4.5 hours.
World record is like 425, almost 424. So it's going to be more than 4.5 hours.
Yeah, world record is crazy. It's a really good run.
Yeah, it's very solid for sure. But yeah, slightly, I know what to do, obviously, but I'm slightly rusty at this segment. It's the one I've gotten to practice the least.
Yeah,
So-
there's a lot of battles in this section because the Cipher Key layer is such a huge dungeon that, like, yeah, it's kind of it can be tough to remember exactly where you're going and who you're supposed to talk to next.
Yeah, especially when you're 3 hours in.
True. Yeah.
I find the menuing in this is unrelated kind of, but I find the menuing in Hidden Power Psychic Rite to be a tad bit easier. You mash A little more. That's just like a personal observation more than anything. So
It's probably faster if, like, in terms of time saved scrolling or mismenuing, it probably helps to have the menus be as simple as possible.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it saves time on menus overall.
It is a lot nicer to just mash A and just be done with it.
Yeah, you don't use Psychic as much basically, which is in slot A, but you use Hidden Power Electric quite a bit, and I don't know, you just mash A so much in this run. It's incredible. You don't do it that much in Electric because Psychic is precious PP wise, but you don't worry about that in this run, obviously, because you have 2 very powerful Psychic tech moves, and you get them very early on too. Like, getting it early is also one of the main benefits, the fact that you basically get a better side beam.
Okay, I'm just going to mention that Ampharos used to be a psychic range before we included Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam strat's good.
Yes, very.
Do you Hidden Power that Tentacruel in Electric, or do you Psychic it?
No, it still requires a Psy Beam or Psychic.
Right.
I'm going to step away for like 1 minute, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. We'll carry on without you.
If you only run Hyper Beam or if you only run XD, it can be easy to focus on, oh, but I never hit my Hyper Beams. Oh no, I miss all my Hyper. Well, the thing is, like, we get pretty spoiled in this game in that the only move that we ever use that has a chance of missing is like Hyper Beam. So other than like Sand Attack or Double Team or something like that, you're pretty much always guaranteed to hit your moves, assuming you click the right one. So we're kind of spoiled because other games have moves where you're doing Fire Blast in Kalo, or you're doing Mega Punch in Red, or what have you, and having those moves miss is so much like more annoying. And we're very fortunate in this game that we really only have to worry about Hyper Beams, and they're 90%.
Yeah, I run these other games, so I know the pain too. Almost Hyper Beam knockdown there. Not that that would have been awful. Oh, crit. Sure. I'll take it. That means I can bite it. Saving frames. Quite a lot of
Nice.
useful crits in this run, actually.
Yeah, we've been very lucky.
Yeah, it's not almost bad. But apart from that, it's been good. Gonzap went really well. Bar the Wild Plume range, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, never got statused. Haven't really missed much in the way of. I don't think we've missed any Hyper Beams yet. We had a Hyper Beam miss on us, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly, so just like very good RNG in general in this round. I think it's still worse RNG than my PV, but my PV gets pretty well above average RNG because of the lab mostly. But it also gets a bunch of useful crits and has a very good Greevil fight. And I think it has a terrible fight before Greevil. Name's hard. because ninjas gives you funny Pokemon.
In not too long from now, we'll have a fight where there's a Wobbuffet that can Destiny Bond. And so we try and play around that as much as we can.
Yep. There are alternative strats for that, obviously, so...
Yeah. I think I got killed by the Destiny Bond in my first run of XD. It was brutal.
I haven't had it yet. Let's see if I get it now. Would be pretty funny. If I got burned there, wouldn't actually be a huge deal. I mean, it doesn't help, but first ring is guts, so it would actually boost its attack instead of lowering it like it usually would. It would usually have the attack instead it gets a boost to it, so... If you're gonna
by the way. You have burn animation going on.
Yeah, you lose time, but
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
not
it's
as bad
overall
as it
slower,
could be.
but it's unfortunate because the attack, like you get such a nutty attack boost from having a burned guts Teddy Ursa, but then at the same point, it's a little overkill for what we need, and it would really only just remove some hyper beams, but just hit the hyper beams and it's all good.
You know what would be cool? Quick Claw, Manipped, Paralyzed, or Zerring.
Oh, that's been
That
talked
would
about. That's been talked about by...
Yeah,
Some old
that's a TAS idea.
That's better for its range. It's a 95% range, but it's a range nonetheless.
Dang.
I have not missed it before, so that's pretty funny.
Dang.
That's beautiful.
Ah, yes. Brilliant. That is pretty much max special defense plus special defense nature.
Wow.
And max health. Yep. I've seen
And
that.
really good HP. I have not
Only in a
looked at it.
marathon.
We're showing off why this game is great.
So I'm gonna jump in here if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing great.
So just wanted to remind everyone the charity that we're raising money for. We are raising money for the nonprofit Rise Above the Disorder, RAD. RAD is nonprofit dedicated to removing the two greatest barriers to mental health care, which is access and affordability. Their mission is to provide universal mental health care around to people around the world. They have already helped over 35,000 people in 133 different countries, so we are helping them try and help a bunch of people. And also just wanted to update people on the incentives. In a couple runs after this one, we have the Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2, and we have an incentive for the Guybrush Tree Killer costume. We're currently 25 out of 50, so need 25 more dollars for that. And then also, later in the day, we have a Pokemon Omega Ruby run, and we have naming incentives for the trainer, Mudkip, Latios, and Groudon. So if you want any type of names for the trainer of those Pokemon, be sure to donate for them. So I'll hand it back over to Svanis and everyone else.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Always good to have one when people tuning in and out. Yeah.
Wait,
So-
real quick. Do we want to install a incentive to catch Lugia? I mean, we can.
No.
No?
I mean, not necessarily against it.
Okay. Just a thought.
It's
If someone donates, like, what do we say, $10? $20?
It adds another 8 minutes to the run, I think. No, not
yeah.
that
You
much.
need to get a Master Ball, right?
Yeah.
And that's a whole cutscene in itself.
Yeah. I don't know.
Let's say if someone donates $20, we'll do it.
50. Make
What
it
do you-
50.
$15? If someone donates
Or
$15,
20 is fine. Yeah. 20 is fine. Yeah, whatever.
okay.
If
Okay.
we have time, obviously.
If
we don't
someone
go-
donates $20 and we're not massively overestimate, we'll go grab Lugia.
because I'm most
Otherwise,
likely
we
going
murder
to
it
be.
horribly.
I'm most likely going to be below estimate.
Yeah, so it should be fine.
Okay, I'm going to talk about Earthquake real quick since we're going to pick it up after the next fight. There's a TM for it in a chest up here at the top. In these games, in Coliseum and XD, they forgot to put a cap. Well, they not a cap. They forgot to put a damage modifier for multi-battles on multi-hit moves like Earthquake. So Ursaring actually hits base 100 Earthquake on all 3 pokes. The reason why I'm bringing this up is if it crits Espeon, it can easily kill it. And I'm also bringing this up because it kills Jolteon often. Like, just straight up kills Jolteon. So that's another reason why Jolteon is slower than Espeon. If only for the fact that you don't have any safeguards against just losing your Jolteon. You
This
have
game-
to play that. You're
No.
saying?
Continue. No, I was just gonna say, like, this game cleaned up a lot of the jank that you find in Coliseum, but yeah, not all of it, clearly.
Jolteon has to pick up Togepi specifically for the purpose of sacking it, so that way Jolteon doesn't die to Earthquake.
It's rather unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Oh no, it's cute. I love killing Togepi. It comes out and then it
Wow.
dies, and you just get to see all the animations. Yeah.
Sad.
Hey, the trade-off for having HP Ice and HP Ice actually worth using.
Oh.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
No, this is fine.
Yeah.
Crit. Even if I don't crit, it's not an issue.
You just lose a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Who knows? You might even kill it. Will you? No,
Not
not
quite.
even close. Never mind. I have
You know,
no clue
that
that
never kills.
Ah,
On -1.
unfortunate animation. But at least it doesn't hurt.
I just assumed it dealt like 90 plus, and then you could stat range it.
Oops. Let's just Metal Claw. In case Bite doesn't kill.
There we go.
So, another fight coming up here. I'm actually going to heal now for safety. It's not really needed, but
Just so we're clear, it's too late to a candy skip now.
unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the fight where you put Experience Share on Espeon. Oh
Yeah,
no.
you do it after this and this route. So, yeah. With the menu coming up, I'm going to be extra careful. Because I really don't want to candy the wrong Pokemon. And I want to remember to PP up Hyper Beam, and yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen here in the menus. Marathon safety, slowness, coming up real quick.
Goodbye, Piggy.
Aw, so sad. I kind of like Grumpig actually. It's a pretty good Pokemon.
I hate it. You can't Fire Blast in one shot it.
I just looked at my return count. That's why I paused there a little bit.
You're
It's
running
not
a
an
little
issue.
low. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I believe. It's not that. Worst case scenario, I use an extra Hyper Beam. Considering I will be PP upping it. And I already skipped one, so I kind of have an extra one. Yeah, there's a lot of menuing looking that I'm looking ahead at right now, so lots of things to process and make sure to not make mistakes with.
You mean you
And,
don't memorize notes?
No, well, no, when I'm rusty, I kind of know this menu by heart, but I'm slightly rusty. Well, I haven't gotten to the rust properly, I should say.
Fair enough.
So
Yeah, the this sort of section is probably one of the tightest PP sections in the whole game, so that's why he's taking extra care to make sure that we aren't low on PP. Because if you go in too low on PP for the boss fight coming up, you're in trouble, right? So
Yep. XP straight to Espion. PP up on Hyper Beam. I did it on whatever. I literally just talked about this, but yeah.
TGQ.
should still be
mean-
fine.
You did need Metal Claw, so you could have taught EQ there. Oops.
Yeah, speaking about me being rusty, but yeah, I PP upped the wrong move.
I mean, you could always use more return PP, right?
Always something.
Yeah, you still have to.
Yeah, I don't know. Always something that has to go wrong.
And then watch for the lowest frame rate cutscene you'll have ever seen in your whole life. Oh yeah. Oh,
I think we
oh,
there.
the frame rate. Oh, what a cutscene! Incredible stuff. Chad, have you ever seen anything like it?
One of a kind.
I think you can adapt to making the mistake on not PP upping Hyper Beam by taking extra healing machines. If not, I'll just return something and play a bit safer. Like, it's just gonna be slow, I believe. I haven't done it before, but I know it's something that people have done. Well, we have extra return now, so don't have to worry about that.
True.
There are no hyper beams coming up on the split anyways. Unless you have really, really, really good attack, you can hyper beam this fellow bear coming up here. How
Yeah,
do you do, fellow bear?
our Ursa ring is better than his Ursa ring.
Surprise, surprise. But yeah, speaking about me being rusty, I was talking about it to instantly make a mistake in the menu. Because you assume like PP up has to go into the move menu, but it doesn't. Also, yeah, that was slow.
Let's see if this Arbok has Intimidate.
Let's save frames.
Yep.
Again, though, like that mistake's probably not gonna end up mattering. I'll just play it safe and vibe. Again, this game is just like generally safe, so also no intimidate.
No, nice. Save the frames.
You could have gotten away with Hyper Beam.
If I had it,
Yep.
This is where I would put my hyper beam if I had one.
I mean, I wouldn't have gone for it anyways, because it's only good if Arbok doesn't have intimidate,
Yeah, and you have no way of knowing.
or you have max attack, then it's also kills with intimidate, or pretty much max attack.
Okay, we have time for a donation if there are any.
Yeah, we got a $10 donation from Capital saying Svanus is a good speedrunner. So
I see nothing but lies in this statement.
What a
Not
nice
wrong.
guy.
Let's be off. Okay, I'm actually gonna save here too.
Yeah,
I've been
I
forgetting
would
to
say.
save, but
Wait, you
I
guys
mean-
have issues on this fight?
Hmm?
There shouldn't be all that many issues on this fight.
no, it's just marathon precaution.
Yeah, stuff can happen. I've had runs die to Gorgon before.
Yeah, I've seen a Zeke die to Gorgon. It's a little bit worse in this route than in this one.
So
Okay.
this Lyron, one thing that we know about it is that it is always guaranteed to protect on the first turn. So we're gonna play around that here by killing Celio and using an X item.
Yep. This fight is scary if Hypno outspeeds Ursaring, basically. I don't remember how this fight goes in Electric, but I think it's a bit safer. But it's not awful in this route either.
Yeah, no, it's pretty safe.
Yep. I've just seen one person die on this fight, and it's Zeke. But I've seen Zeke die on everything. Last like special. No, Zeke's getting thoroughly trolled by this game. I feel bad.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of perseverance. You know, he puts in a lot of time.
Another Ursa Ring. But yeah, no.
Nice
Zeke's
miss.
a grinder.
This fight is actually very scripted. I thought Laron would protect again.
Nope.
Nope.
No, yeah. In Kalo, it seems like every time they always go double protect. But
There's
go
one
protect.
fight called Klest in Kalo that has like 3 different outcomes depending on your HP, and it's terrible. You need to manage your HP properly to get the good outcomes, because some of the outcomes are really slow. So yeah, don't run Coliseum, kids.
Are we talking about Iron?
No, Klest.
Less. Okay.
It's the guy barring like the final phase of Real Game Tower
Okay. Oh yeah.
before phasing Gonzak. He has a Nuzleaf and a Graveler, and they have self-destruct and explosion, and you want to manip them so they go for that and not fake out, etc. And or protect or focus punch or a lot of other things. Anyways, free fight.
yeah, if you have the right stats and you follow the script, this fight generally always goes well.
Yep. Yeah, no, I haven't had any issues here. Again, I just saved for saving, basically.
And
didn't
this is
want
the
it.
first.
That's the
The
fight.
spoiler. Oh, this is the first time it's revealed that nice old man Verich that you met at Gadeon Port who beat up Zook for you, he's actually the bad guy.
Surprise, surprise. And his name isn't actually Verich, it's Greevil.
Grievil.
Evil.
And yeah, again, I'm trying to think of scenarios where me missing the PP up on Hyper Beam matters, and I can only think of scenarios where it makes things slower. Yeah, no, I don't think it should be an issue at all.
Yeah, you should be fine. I mean, it went on to return their worst moves to put a PP up on.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fine.
It could have been fake tears. That would have been
Yeah.
bad.
How would I have done that?
I don't know, but it could have been fake tears, and that would have been bad.
Yeah.
I'm probably just gonna have to take a few slow turns here and there. There are a few like optional hyper beams that I obviously won't be going for.
I think you might. Well, wait. How high attack or how high speed is your bear? This might just be fine.
I don't remember.
Oof.
It's like slightly above average speed, slightly above average attack.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's just hope it outspeeds the Sandler. Use the White Herb on the first fight that you need.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go for the risky White Herb strat, or not a risky, but like the fast White Herb strat. I don't have the attack for it. That I already know.
I'm just thinking if you need to conserve Hyper Beam PP.
I mean, I can just.
Nah, you'll be
substitute
fine.
with
You'll be
return,
fine.
Yeah,
You'll
It's-
be fine.
really shouldn't be an issue at all.
Yeah, we're
So
just
now-
doing some cutscenes here. So if there's a donation or anything, you got some time for that.
Yep, we're heading into the final phase of the game currently.
Ooh, the final phase. So just updating once again. In the next couple runs, We do have the Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 incentive for the Guybrush Sheep Killer costume. I don't know what that is, but I have heard that it is amazing. So it's the best thing of all time, or the greatest of all time. So
Sounds pretty
be
cool
sure
to me.
to, yeah, we need $25 for that. And also, we might be doing the $20, we are doing the $20 for Lugia.
If we get it, yeah.
Yeah, so if someone donates $20, Swanus will catch Lugia, which Shadow Lugia. That's the box legendary. We want to see that.
Yep.
It'll be amazing. So we gotta hit that incentive too. So yeah.
Lugia, here I come.
Yeah, we're in the end game now here, and there's just a sailor here that we have to fight. He's an evil sailor.
Not a good guy. Not
It
a
just
spoiled
seems so
dude.
out of place. We spend all this time fighting Cypher peons, and they're like, okay, you have to fight a sailor now. You have to fight a boat guy.
These fights are better with HP Electric.
Yeah.
These fights are much better with HP Electric.
Like, that's the trade-off, is that with HP Psychic, you're getting that higher base power Psybeam equivalent sooner, and that's useful. But then the trade-off is that Espeon doesn't really have type coverage. So it's nice the HP Electric gives it that type coverage, and so they're both fast, but it's the trade-offs, right?
Yep. This Mantine is a ranged, I believe. No, Golduck is a ranged, actually.
Golduck.
Mantine isn't not?
You are much higher level than it. You beat that Mantine up. It's Golduck.
Golduck is 59% range. I know that for a fact, but well, it's not
Nice
59%
crit.
range. It's
Nice
0% range.
crit.
As it was in the beginning, so shall it be through the run.
Another useful crit. It's actually pretty bad to miss that, or pretty slow. So very nice getting that. But yeah, no, this is the final segment of the run. It's a pretty long segment though, but it's the final segment. So we'll just be going through a bunch of battles.
It's
Having
running
fun.
a little. Just heads up. It's running a little late for you to go get the Master Ball now.
Oh,
So,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
The Master Ball incentive. We don't have any balls. So, yeah, it looks like Chet might get scammed on that one.
Let's call it. Has the Master Ball incentive been met?
Yes.
Unfortunately,
much-
not.
Alright,
we
well,
get
that's
last
fine.
second.
Let's go, we can go murder the Lugia. That's fine.
If
Yeah.
It was just kind of a YOLO thing we said earlier. It's not a big deal.
I'm
whatever.
used to yeah.
If
All right.
if,
Yep. We're killing it.
No, if
In chat,
depending
we
on
say it
when
hasn't been met, so we just go kill it.
depending on when I finish, if I pace through the rest of the run, I'll watch the ending cutscene and grab the Master Ball and refight Gale.
Faster to kill Lugia
Sorry about that.
by a lot.
By a lot.
Damn it.
It's a shame too, because Kalo has the ball manips. They have or not manip, but rather the ball dupe glitch, where
Yeah.
you can duplicate balls. They patched it in this game. That's one thing between Coliseum and XD, is that a lot of the glitches that were like very popular, very mainstream, like duplicating balls and stuff like that, they got fixed for this one.
Okay, guys, just a heads up. My desktop has decided it might need an update, so if I cut out here in about 2 or 3 minutes, you know what's going on.
Not
Got
an issue. But yeah, if if the donator who donated for the Lugia catch really well, if you really wanted it, I'll refund the donation personally, and I'll also donate an additional 20 to the charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if they donate extra to see you kill Lugia?
But that's fast. Why would anyone do that? So yeah, we're gonna be fighting quite a few sailors in this area.
I wonder whether yes or no has faster text on this. I'll have to look at that later. I think
Like,
yes
yes is
does.
faster.
It seems like it would be faster.
I
'Cause I
think
think he
I've said no.
complains.
Yeah,
I think he whines if you say no.
I think so too. Hidden power arrow on earthquake.
I love the music for like the battles. Like this is like a normal trainer's music, and so you get this nice electric guitar riffs.
It's just it's fantastic. I don't know what to say. It's beautiful. It's lovely.
Always a little scary when we use earthquake.
Yeah, although I'm pretty sure I will never die. Unless
Yeah,
I get like a
shit.
maxed roll self crit.
Nice.
Did you just put whatever?
Did you just double crit the?
He did. He just double crit.
And it wasn't even. You don't even need the crit for either. of
It's just swag.
I'm getting
Oh my God.
spammed.
I cannot handle the levels of swag that Spawnis has.
Yeah, I mean this is just the best run, right?
I mean, at least it's beautiful.
Exactly.
It makes me a little mad that I can't have this kind of luck when I run, but
Just get
No,
better.
our runs died so that Spawnis' marathon could live.
yeah.
I think I deserve it after my Colo marathon run.
Yeah, that was rough.
I think I showed off Colo pretty well though.
Oh, you sure did, and the adaptation and all the complexity that goes into it. It was a good show.
It sure was it was entertaining for everyone except me, I would say.
That's
I-
always the best.
It was my first marathon ever, so I set a pretty high estimate and I almost hit it. It's a bit embarrassing.
Hey, it's Paulo. Don't be too disappointed. It's going to happen. The fact that just happened during a marathon just proves that that's Paulo.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much. It's a funny video game. It's a good video game. It's a good speed game. It's just bad. It's hard getting on runs, and once you get on runs, it's.
But that excitement that you feel when you know
When
that
you run-
you've got a runnable Teddy and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
it just makes my heart go. Like,
when you're pacing, it's great. And then suddenly you're not pacing because you get terrible RNG and you cry.
and then you're pacing again. Oh.
Oh, let's go. Pacing. Were you gonna say anything? I heard you on mute. Save for Lorena.
So now we get to see another familiar face here, and that save I think is deserved.
I'll be right
I
back,
think
guys.
it's a good idea.
No
Right, see you
worries.
later.
Nice troll NPC movement.
It's oh how nasty herself. She's back.
It's Hatsune Miku. This time, actually, way less scary.
Yeah,
You don't die here.
we have lots of tools to beat her now. So.
Sure is lovely.
There were some Colo runners who said that she was a knockoff Venus from Colo, and I took offense to that. Lavrina is her own independent person who don't need no Venus.
I mean, I like them both. They're great characters, except I actually don't like Venus. I was lying. Venus is awful. It's the first fight you use Fire Blast on in Colo. And if you miss Fire Blast twice, like I've done on my last 3 Colo runs, it's funny. And with that, I mean you just lose all of your time save. And you're suddenly unpacing.
DJ's Lavrina 2 split is not as good as Venus. I feel that.
So you can actually yeah, you can hidden power if bad attack and good speed are screen on the upcoming Altaria here, but we don't have bad attack or god speed, so we're gonna go for that bite plus return on Altaria for the flinch chains. Just an alternative strategy that I could have gone if I had max speed. Basically, you need max speed, and even then it's.
Yeah, there's a number of strats that only work at the very top end of the stats. Like if you have perfect attack or you have perfect speed, there are some strats that work.
And even then, Altaria can outspeed Bear. So we go for the flinch here, which we didn't get, but it's fine. So yeah, it's we're getting close.
We're almost there.
It's sure been a run so far.
It has.
We will have a long boss rush at the end. Just a heads up. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, big gauntlet.
Yeah, basically a gauntlet.
We are revisiting all of the old bosses and integrating 2 more plus Greevil. And you know, there's
And then a random Cypher peon before.
It's
or
really
so
weird.
anticlimactic.
It's really weird that they included that dude.
I mean, how high ranking is that guy to have better Pokemon than some of the bosses?
He's just the nuts. He's just that good.
It has something to do with the fact that game design means that you have to have. Yeah, it's sad.
Oh yes, I didn't think about the game design. Yes.
They have to scale the Pokemon's levels.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Cough, you had plot armor. Reverse plot armor, put him there.
Oh man.
I'm going to return this Chimco. I'm not throwing my IV plus attack, which is needed, but I'm gonna save the Hyper Beam.
Yeah, and you have extra PP anyway.
Yeah.
So we have a $10.31 donation from Jordan97 that says asterisk 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 Belugia etchy evil.
Wow.
Oh no, the scam.
I don't know what 4 asterisks means.
I think it starts with K and it ends with an L. Or it could start with F and end with the K, but I don't know. I'm playing very carefully here with my words.
Yeah, I think that's a good word to play carefully with.
I heard a lot of asterisks.
It's a good thing he had asterisks.
Yeah.
Maybe if he types in chat which letter it starts with.
Oh.
That'll help us a little.
Oh. Oh dear.
I'm sure it's family friendly.
Are you gonna go for the hypers in the chest or?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
I never grabbed those. I'm good.
Jordan leaves it to be a mystery. Okay, sure.
Mysterious, Harry. I
What
wonder how
are
the
we
CFII is doing.
Oh, and also with that donation, we have passed $500 in total donations right now.
Woo!
Let's go.
That's awesome,
incredible.
guys.
Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate all the kind donations and messages, and it's to such a good cause. Yeah, it's just amazing. Thank you all for
Congratulations.
coming
Thanks
out
for
with it.
supporting the cause, guys.
Yeah, and just a reminder again, we are raising money for Rise Above the Disorder, RAD. RAD is a nonprofit dedicated to removing the two greatest barriers to mental health care, which is access and affordability. Their mission is to provide universal mental health care system to people around the world. So that's the profit we're raising for.
You
And
could even say it's rad.
yeah, just like all the runners and commentators, they're all rad.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Great.
we have a little over 3 hours to hit that Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 incentive. We're currently 31 out of 50, so just 15 more, or about 15 more to reach it. And then after that, we still have the naming incentive for the next Pokemon game, Pokemon Omega Ruby. For that, you can name the trainer, Mudkip, Latios, and Groudon. So you have 4 different things to choose from for names. So get those in if you want to see a certain name, whether it's a meme name or something else.
I will now crit this Kangas game. Watch.
There's a bold claim.
Oh. Whoa, it killed. That is not
You
supposed
did-
to kill on my
That-
attack, but whatever.
Probably
Maybe
is.
just the high roll, maybe.
I'm pretty sure that's just a high roll that is not supposed to kill on my attack.
Well,
I mean, we
usually
take
fight
that. We take
I
it any
used to
day of the
fight
week.
teams. Yeah, good job. You were being extra safe this round, aren't you?
Yep.
He's got to. We're almost at the end, and these are scary fights.
This next one's fun though. You click EQ and it goes burr.
Gruppel is
True.
very unfun. I lose. My PB loses 2 minutes on Gruppel.
I love the notes for this right here because the notes say mash through Egan's E fails, and it cracks me up every time I read it.
He's a boomer.
He is.
We're just gonna push some blocks. But yeah, no, Ryskin wrote those notes, and yeah, they've got some comedic value to them for sure.
Hmm.
Mashing through the E fails. So yeah, just drying up this lava so we can walk through and push another block and grab some herbs.
This is like your equivalent of a Victory Road boulder puzzle, except that this is not really a puzzle. We push like 3 things.
Yeah, it's
And
Great. What do you
and you don't even have strength. You don't have any HMs to use too.
That's
So-
true.
Yeah, it's kind of a fail at a concept.
I mean, it
However-
looks pretty.
Yeah, and you get to walk on them too, which is kind of cool. Like you get to walk on some of them.
Mhm.
You don't really get to do that till later gens. I mean, I could. Let's see. The earliest gen that happens is what? Gen 6? No, 5. On Generation 5, you can walk on stuff you push into holes.
Yeah. So here we're going to pick up some white herbs. These are going to be useful to get rid of intimidates. That'll be coming up later on some of these fights. Or I think actually the next fight has
Not
an
the next
intimidate,
one.
right? Or is the next one?
It's the next one, I believe.
Yeah.
This
2 fights.
this is gonna look weird, but I lose 2 minutes on this fight in my PB, so I'm gonna save for it.
That's acceptable trauma.
That's acceptable.
It's not. You're not supposed to lose time on this fight, but I'm incredibly talented. I used the wrong move. I hidden powered
sound-
Ninetales, which
dear.
never kills, and things unfolded. It was lovely.
Let me guess, your bear got confused and hit itself in confusion, and believe me, I have a good idea of how badly this fight can go.
And that's right. You don't EQ on this fight.
Ninetales has confused Ray. Houndoom has Sunny Day. If you're worried about fire stuff, it can
Yep.
do a lot of fire stuff. Vileplume has status moves. I don't think.
What ended up happening in my PB was that I got burnt on Earth Ring and then I EQ crit myself. It wasn't going to fly if I didn't.
Oh no.
Oh my word! I don't think the crit. Okay, the crit mattered,
It did matter.
and the burn did. Because
Yep.
guns. Because you wouldn't have died to just EQ crit.
Yeah, no. The guts was what
That
did
is
it.
insane.
Yeah, it's
saw her.
pretty funny. Magmar's range. Which I
Nice
guess
range,
is
got it.
for skills.
No EQ?
Nope.
Aw.
No EQ is actually faster. And less risky.
Yeah. I've died with EQ on this fight before as well.
Acid.
No poison?
It doesn't even poison. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
you
sure.
can.
Oh, it doesn't.
No.
Oh.
Okay, so chat, we, for the remaining 45, 50 minutes-ish of this run, we are going to be doing difficult fight after difficult fight after difficult fight. I'm pretty sure there aren't very many free fights after this point. For most of the game, we've been doing a lot of cruising, but we ain't cruising anymore. This is kind of the part of the run where you start to focus again. Because these fights can go wrong. There's more risk involved than before. So this is sort of the clutch part of the game. Is this final section, right from now until the end of the run?
Yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to carry commentary a little bit from here on out.
Yeah, we got you.
Especially during battles.
Yep.
Some of them have been a bit weird already, so I've been trying to
And-
commentate properly, but yeah,
We
it's
gotcha.
it's a long run. I'm exhausted, nervous. You know, it's just adding up, right? So,
You're in good hands. We got you.
and I also should have taken the toilet break during the cutscene.
I've already dropped your bottle of water and I don't need to trash it. You can hold it.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, I forgot
So-
to mention. White Herb actually cheats and recovers both. It doesn't. It waits till after all the animations go off. Normally, it's only supposed to recover one of them. Just
Yeah,
a side note for XE.
It's a great mechanic. Helps a lot.
And
for
we got the
speedrun.
Stantler there, which is really good. And also this Kimley lady, when you talk to her at the beginning, she mentions that you look really cute and that it would be a shame to fight you. And I don't know, am I the only one who gets creeped out by that? I get very creeped out by that line.
Yeah, no, it's really weird.
You're a child.
I'm button mashing going burr. Okay.
You know, it's a pretty creepy line. I actually agree. It's really weird.
It is weird.
I thought Cygnus didn't die there for a second. I was like, what, is that a range? But no. It's just got a weird animation. It's like Vileplume in Coliseum, where you think the game has crashed because the animation is so slow. I don't know of any crashes in this game. Are there any? I haven't had any.
I
The
haven't
only
had it.
time. Oh, when did you crash?
I said I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? The only time I've ever seen someone crash was a while back. There was a guy in the Discord who mentioned that he was crashing after purifying some dudes at the Purify Stone and Agate.
I thought that was
I've
in
never
Colo.
seen any of the crashes.
That was
Wasn't that
Oh, was that
Colo?
Colo?
probably called it.
I think it
I
was
thought it
Colo.
was XD first.
Because Colo crashes.
Yeah, it does.
Colo crashes in two instances. There and when you get your secondary. It's a very rare crash, but it'll sometimes crash there. E-fails.
More in that one, Egan sends you a haiku. Like, we're a little busy, Egan. You know, we've got big things. We're trying to save the region from shadow Pokemon, and he's sending us his spam email.
Actually, I had no idea what any of these emails say.
EQ Liber on this fight.
Yeah.
Yes, you EQ on this fight.
It's a little risky of a fight, but we try and keep as high of health as we can.
Well, actually, wait. Why didn't you just EQ?
You don't EQ this turn. You EQ next turn. You Psychic Rapidash and then EQ.
Yeah.
I thought Muck dies to EQ.
It does. You just kill it this turn instead. Guarantees Rapidash. And return
Yeah.
kills Clamor up, so...
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
Okay.
It's just to guarantee the 80% Rapidash range, basically.
Yep.
This Rapidash is... I miss it in PB, but it's not bad. Well, it's just slow to miss, like most ranges in this game. But yeah, if I kill Rapidash here, I kill Macargo coming in, so it's a 2-turn fight. Oh.
Dang. Dang. Unfortunate.
Get down. Defense harshly fell, huh? Don't crit. If Ursaring crits or Erspion dies, okay.
That's me on almost side anyways.
Oh my god. Ugh. Ah.
Yeah, that was Shadow Hold. Funny move.
I
Yeah,
find this
so-
fun, okay? I'm cool with Espion almost dying. You're saying?
That, oh my god. Now, okay, my heart rate is coming back down to normal. I think we're fine.
Yep.
I think we're swapping in Pagapi here.
Gosh, I'm glad Svanus is running this and not me. I would panic.
I should have just swapped in Togepi, but imagine
Yeah.
making decisions on the fly. When you can just take risks that are completely unnecessary and waste healing items. Next level thinking going on right here. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're all good.
I'm gonna be picking up 2 Full Restore here anyways coming up, so. We're not down on healing items, I believe. Yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
Randall, it's a good thing we don't have Torrent or anything like that, or Blaze or anything like that in this game. We're able to keep our HP pretty high throughout the run. We never have to play around having certain HP thresholds.
Yep.
I would love for Espion to have its own version of Torrent, but we're stuck with Synchronize.
Guts, yeah. Yeah, we never have to worry about Blaze like in Calo. We never have to worry about Torrent like in Fire Red. It's pretty. Life is good, you know.
We have to worry about Guts and feigning herself.
True.
It's a very niche case.
Very, very niche.
There's a lot of smiles in chat.
How do you even get burned in these situations? Like,
You're
I mean, if you're very slower,
you're
yeah.
untalented, basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
Also known as
Yeah,
not hitting
even
ranges.
like, even thinking of like in the tasks, like we're finding that it's pretty difficult to get a source of status that you can keep for a long time, because there are so many like free heals and stuff that take you out of it. But it would have to be like at the end of the game, kind of, or like the post Cypher Key Layer.
Mantine dies, and then it's just Tropius, which is free. Just dies as Psychic. And I'll be picking up 2 Full Restores after this fight. And then I'm coming up on like, what would you call it? Like a mini-boss? Or a mini-boss duo, I should say.
Yeah, it's those
Yeah.
two back-to-back fights.
Yeah.
Carbon and Petro.
Yeah, Carbon Petro.
The full restores are really worth it. I don't think you can even buy them. Yeah, no, you can't buy them anywhere.
They're
So-
really useful because of Moltres mainly.
Moltres, absolutely. Maybe somewhere else. Alakazam has the punches, and those
Yeah.
can status you too.
This is one of the things that is considerably slower in HP Psychic. Not the first fight, but the second. Skarmory is a bitch to deal with. And
Oh yeah. HP Electric, you just zap it.
here you do not.
Nice Mantine emote, Splendids.
Is it Corby Maze mode?
Yeah.
It's a Mantine upside down. Yeah, it's Corvée Maze.
Yeah. It's a great emote. Corvin Y. It's a great emote, great name, fantastic, multiple uses.
But is
Very
Mantine a
large.
good Pokemon?
Not if you ask color runners, but
I think it's cute.
No, it's not.
It gets in the way of your speedruns, but it's cute.
yeah.
In Colo, it's not.
Oh yeah, for sure not. I sure do love Firma, my favorite fight.
Firma is awful. You get crit once you die.
Imagine not matching A.
Imagine not matching A.
And then Petro, which is the slow one of the two. So you can probably tell from their names, Carbon and Petro, what they're named after. Another great set of names in this game.
To be quite honest, if they're not important names, it feels like they were just put into a WoW name generator.
a username generator.
Yep. Exactly.
Wouldn't be too surprised. So Grumpig's speed here kind of matters a little bit.
Yeah, I outspeed.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Wow.
Chad, if we're a little quiet. We're trying to let Svanez focus.
No, you can talk in the background. I don't mind that. I'm just focusing myself. So if you have anything to add or anything interesting to come with, speaking of the future of the run right now, or where we're going, or whatever, explaining more of the story, just feel free to do that. Because I think I'll manage.
Yeah, we're pretty much, as far as story goes, we've sort of identified this hideout, and who would have thought that the Cypher boss would be hiding at the top of a volcanic island, like a dark and spooky place, who would have thought? So we're just sort of fighting our way to the very top, and at the very top is where the final boss fight is. And along the way, we kind of revisit all the bosses that we killed earlier, Snaddle, Lavrina, Gorrigan, and we beat them all again because once wasn't enough. Yeah, that's kind of all you need to know as the story is. This is the final gauntlet to go kill the evil dudes. One thing that's kind of notable, I guess, is you'll see a lot of lava flowing around in this volcano. Now, you would think that lava calls a lot of RNG. I mean, it's hot, it bubbles and stuff, and it kind of moves around. But it doesn't actually call any RNG. It's just a texture that just moves around. So for a lot of these rooms, the RNG that's happening in the background is actually pretty quiet.
Which is great.
Yeah.
It's good. Unfortunately, this is not where we manipulate starter.
No, yeah. It really only matters for when the task eventually gets here. It means that it'll be pretty easy to track RNG values and stuff as it gets through this section.
Yep. I should have healed there, but it doesn't matter. Alright. Not that many fights left until we get to the boss rush.
getting very, very close.
I'm really hoping I don't need to take an impromptu toilet break.
uh,
It will be fast if I need to try to avoid it.
You see, if this were in person, you could just hand the controller to someone. But
Yeah, exactly.
and the most frustrating thing is that no matter how fast or slow you move out of that elevator, that platform always dips just before you get to it. There's no fast movement, there's no fast cycle to get that platform. It always moves, and it hurts.
oh, this fight's annoying, just because you know the end though.
I mean, it's annoying enough to detect, sure.
It's just like Gamma can use detect, and if so, you have like 3 extra animations.
Yep. I've never gotten detect though. And the streak continues. There are so many different scenarios in this game that you're like likely to not have experienced all of them, basically.
Mhm.
Even if you've been to the late game quite a bit. Don't you guys love hidden power?
Such a good move. Fast animation, good base power,
It's
stab.
lovely.
One day, if we ever get secondary manip, then we can look at hidden power on Teddy Ursa and Ursa Ring.
Yeah.
HP
Would it-
rock or HP flying all the way.
HP flying probably right.
Yeah. That's something I have looked at for the task route.
We're starting to get progress on secondary manip, but there's still a lot that is unexplained. The best that we can do right now is get within about 1,000 rolls of, or 1,000 calls of your starter or your secondary, which is pretty good considering that there's like 40,000 plus calls in between the text box and generation.
Yep.
But there's still too much variance to rely on it.
Odds are the easiest pokes to manip, the easiest shadows, are the Rainbow Six guys. At the
Yeah. Yeah, the Hexagon brothers are probably one of the easiest ones, at least that we encounter in the speedrun, to manip. But of those, I'm pretty sure Houndoom is the only one that comes close to Teddy, right?
Maybe Flaffy if I ever decide to route that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah. But it's a thought. And then there's this. This is the only of these puzzles that we do in the game. They're in a few places, but we only do this last puzzle with these hooks and colors and stuff.
Yep. It's not particularly hard.
No. We got time for a donation or two, if there are any.
After the Lugia scam.
Lugia scam. Feels bad. So just to once again reiterate, we are raising money for RAD, which is Rise Above the Disorder. They are a nonprofit dedicated to removing the 2 greatest barriers to mental health care: access and affordability. Their mission is to provide universal mental health care to people around the world. They've helped over 35,000 people in 133 different countries, so we want to see both those numbers keep going up and up. So we're trying to do our part to help them. As far as the incentives go, we are still about $15 away from the Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 Guybrush Troop Killer costume. And it won't be the run after this, it'll be the run that's after this run. So we still have that to hit. And then also we have the naming incentives for Pokemon Omega Ruby, which will be later in the day. You can name the trainer name, Mudkip, Latios, and Groudon. So if you want any of those to have a certain name, please sure to get donations in.
Yep. Sounds about right.
You know, we should try and name something Mirror Beat, right?
for sure. Sounds like a great idea. Everyone's
Carry it on forward. And the other runners will be like, who's this Mirror B?
Let's not kid ourselves. Everyone knows who Mirby is. We're just the only ones crazy enough to worship him.
Oh yeah, you can die to Hyper Beam here
True.
from Xploud. I do that in PB, and it loses
Oh,
years.
I've
My,
never seen.
from Xploud?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
It's
Lucky.
usually just dead. Yeah.
Yeah, no. You get Hyper Beam here, and it's unfun.
Alright, this is the last trainer before the boss rush, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
I really think I need to take an impromptu toilet break. It'll be like 20 seconds max, if that is fine.
Is there a good cutscene for that? Maybe...
Not
No,
really.
no.
I'm gonna
Maybe
try
at
not
the
to, but we'll see.
Maybe at the start of a battle where all the animations are going off.
Or mashing Snaddle text? I don't know.
If only I had a wireless controller and knew
Aw,
the inputs
dang.
by heart. This is the pain of running 4.5-hour speedruns. It's not concentrating on the run, it's needing breaks.
It's kind of something you build into your splits, you know, your time loss, your bathroom split.
I think one of my old Call of PBs had one.
You don't just stream in the same room as the toilet.
Oh no.
And unfortunately I have to go through 2 doors.
Oh,
Unfortunately, none of us own our own places, so we're not that big brain.
I could almost have done it on my old place because my toilet was very close to where I was, where my setup was. It no
Twitch
longer is there.
speedrunners be like.
You know, I had very good time when there were moments where I could do it. But yeah, no Xploud death. Very nice.
Yay.
Not pulling a Sauna special.
Who's ready to Hyper Beam a Chansey?
We're not gonna Hyper Beam it.
Aww.
We're gonna use our returns.
Yes, because we have extras.
Exactly.
Oh,
you have
boy.
extra Hyper Beams.
Yeah,
Luck-
right.
Luckily, this game is not like Gen 4, and the time it takes to kill Chansey is not that much longer than a regular Pokemon.
Yeah, it's all the same timing. Thankfully.
Mhm.
Gen 4, you could literally hit close combat on a Blissey and go use the restroom and come back, and the health is still falling.
Mhm.
Pretty sure Etchy's done it on stream several times.
Mm. I'll be super fast, but I'm gonna activate this cutscene here, and then I'm gonna run. BRB.
All right, go, 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 go. All right, chat. You want to hear a dad joke while he's gone? I'm really afraid for the calendar because its days are numbered.
Oh no.
I love it. Oh my word.
Yeah, yeah. What can I say? I'm an entertainer.
I have returned.
Oh, he's back.
He's back. Good, you didn't have to take it torture.
Be glad you missed what you did.
I am very sorry about that, but I am now here and ready to not miss the Starmie range. You know, like I talk about my PB so much, but like my PB also misses the Starmie range and dies. The late game is atrocious.
Late game is atrocious. Just in general, not even specifically your run.
Yeah, true.
Nice chat.
Now I can actually concentrate on a run properly.
And Peasant, that made my day.
I wonder what happened while I was gone.
Sorry, I'm losing it over here. Okay, we've begun the boss rush, and so Snato was dangerous before, and I don't know if in HP Psychic she's still dangerous. She is an electric.
It's a dude.
It's dangerous if you miss the Stormy range. Like I did in PB, because then you die. Or if you get crit here. But that goes for every fight you use Earthquake, so.
Goodbye Methane, goodbye
But I know.
Scizor.
If Stormy hits Espeon, it does HP, Espeon dies. I know from experience.
What does it hit you with?
Shadow Break.
Yeah, you see in Electric, we just click HP Electric.
I know. Here we bite it.
I mean, Bite works.
Yep. Kills. 65% of the time.
Well, Randall, if you find a way to use Earthquake and not damage your teammate without losing time.
Protect moment.
Okay, we got the Soul Rock, that's good. Alright, Starmie.
I'm going to heal in Stormy actually.
Good idea.
I'm not going to risk the range like I did in my PB. I'm actually never
Well-
doing that again. It's not even a great range. It's 65%.
It also means that assuming you hit the range, you don't have to have the menu after the battle to heal.
That's true. No.
Wait.
Yes. Don't worry. I got it.
So wait, Roth never included a fourth move for SP?
No, we don't have a fourth move.
Why don't you sell like the Carbos and get Protect?
Because selling
It's
Carbos
Protect
is
slow.
bad. And Protect is slow. It doesn't have enough benefits.
We don't have to have all 4 moves in use. I mean, there's an option to, but we don't like we only need to use the moves that we actually need to use.
I
So-
get it. It's just like Protect would save you damage from earthquakes.
But you lose time on the protect animation because it's priority. And the damaging animation is still pretty fast, even if it is damage. But that's just how the routing is.
Okay.
This fight sucks.
Oh, this fight is awful.
Very easy to die to Ardos here.
Swallow is in 99% range.
Relax in the lane.
99, he says, which means it's a 50-50.
Now don't mash A on Earthquake.
Yeah, you're hidden power to Swallow here, and yeah, it's funny. And with that, I mean it's absolutely off.
Is this a +1 or a +2 Ursaring?
This is a +2 Ursaring, barely.
Aw.
One of the few things I checked, I would have gotten 1 less XP.
Yep. So for people who are watching in chat, what's going on is he's setting up X speed so he can outspeed Alakazam on a certain turn to use Earthquake and kill it, along with the Electabuzz. And he asks us to set up. You find out what speed you need. Yep.
This Kandra is a 7 out of 8, or it's a 100% range when you crit it.
Get the crit, easy.
Easy.
Another useful crit, wow. I've gotten quite a few of them.
Anyways, you know what kind of Ursaring you have when you find out its stats. So
Just don't crit your Alakazam.
know when you go into this fight. Ooh, that was calculated. That had to be
The
calculated.
death drop.
Yeah, no, that was fine. I couldn't either. If I got the Espadef drop instantly, I obviously could.
Yeah.
Since I wasn't here at the start of the round, what is the crit rate in this game?
1 in 16.
Yeah, it's 1 in 16, but you wouldn't know that based on how many we've got this run. we've been quite fortunate to get as many useful crits as we have.
Does this game do double damage or 1.5?
Double.
It's double. So that means that crits are big. Crits are very, very big in certain spots.
I kind of like didn't get the intended fight here for reasons, but yeah.
Wait. Okay, heads up. This Snorlax has Shadow Wind, so if it's going to kill something if it crits. Shadow Wind, I don't know how much base power it is, but it's already going to be super effective. Nice crit, not needed. It's already going to be super effective on a Snorlax.
Yep.
So imagine Snorlax, it's probably Hyper Beam-ish damage. Imagine Snorlax
Okay,
using
good.
Super Effective. Wow.
We got the
Lucky.
miss. That's really big.
Yeah. It has the same hit chance as Hyper Beam too.
I also miscalculated my Earthring speed, but it doesn't matter. Which is what led to this slightly scuffed fight. Essentially, Earthring is not supposed to outspeed Espeon.
Oh wow.
But we did not die. I was kind of wondering why Heracross was alive there, but we didn't die, and that means it's a good fight because there's so many ways to die here.
Yep.
For example, Alakazam could have high rolled both times and killed Ursaring.
Yeah, but the first hit was a mid-roll.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to die. Ever.
I think I said this already once, but Swallow can outspeed Espeon.
Yeah, and it can also not die to hidden power.
Yeah. What else?
But
can
now
go
we
wrong?
are inside the dome, and we are confronting basically the last handful of trainers and bosses.
I'm not gonna side for Gorgon.
Yeah, no, don't. I don't even
Yeah,
put
it's
a
not
split on it. Gorgon 2 is coming up. It's super easy.
Oops, yeah.
I always forget that one too.
Yeah, it's tearing on the memory, or the muscle memory currently. Being
It'll
this late into the
eventually-
game, I'm so rusty at this part of the
I
game.
miss
that
it too, dude. I miss it too. All the time.
So you'll notice with a lot of runners, even like top level runners, you'll notice that as you start to get towards the end of the game, sometimes the execution gets a little scuffed because very rarely do you get to this point. Either because you didn't hit your starter, or you've done one completed run in like 2 weeks. At least that's what's happened with me. So you don't get to practice this section as often unless you have like specific saves or save states on emulator.
That crit is useless, by the way. I've gotten it before.
There's also the point where Ardos and Snaddle and all the game has very heavily front-ended and very rear-ended RNG. So odds are, if you get to here, it's probably you are exhausted, and because it is so late in the run, you're forgetting stuff. If you are the kind of person that memorizes routes, so this is where people start relying on their notes, and things can start to happen when you're looking away from your screen.
Yeah, like not seeing if Wobbuffet uses Destiny Bond or not, for example. That's one I've done, and I didn't get punished because I didn't use Destiny Bond. But I kind of just YOLO'd it because I didn't pay attention enough. This game really does take a toll on your attention span.
4.5 to 5 hours. It's going to take a toll.
Nice crit.
Doesn't matter. Well,
So yeah.
one less move animation, I suppose. Oh, actually, maybe... Yeah, it does matter, actually. It gives me one less entire turn. Very nice. I'm actually going to take the healing machine after this. It's slow, but marathon, and playing it super safe.
Mr. Meme.
This Mr. Mime is ranged on bad attack. If you have really low IV, 24 attack Teddy at level 11, this Mr. Mime is a range. I know this because I saw Zeke miss it. Like usual. Wow.
Oh,
Yo.
well, that's pretty funny.
That
Look at that
pose-
T-pose.
I have not seen that before. I've never seen Ursaring get frozen. I've seen Espeon get frozen by Ice Punch from Alakazam, but I've never seen Ursaring frozen.
T-posing over there.
Yeah, he's
That
styling.
that's a clip right
That's a clip.
That's fantastic. I love this.
Now you have
when
a
you
reason.
when you really want to flex on Gorgon. Oh, it's a good thing you grab those full heal. Oh, you're gonna heal
Yep.
at the
I
machine.
told you.
That's a good idea.
By the way, in any Pokemon game, you never buy ice heals for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's so rare.
And this is a beautiful reason to say you never buy ice heals. It's the highest percentage to freeze anything in the game is 30% on Blizzard. Everything else is 10.
10%.
Yeah, on
Wow.
everything else but Blizzard. At most. And not even all ice moves have a chance to freeze. Icy Wind just drops everything's speed.
I heard from this one runner that Ursaring with Blizzard is good. I wonder who it could be.
It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, it's insane. I wonder who would accidentally buy Blizzard.
As you can see, another reason why there are lots of things in this game that have yet to be fully routed and explored. You know, you look at games like Pokemon Red or Blue or Gold and Silver, and they're really optimized. Like every learn set and such has been thought of. Oh god, that crit.
Nah, he'll save.
I mean, it's fine, but like, it's always tight when you crit yourself with Earthquake. That is like, this is the best point to crit myself with Earthquake.
Yeah, that's true.
The major joke about Blizzard is that when I was running Jolteon Houndoom, Blizzard has the same buying point as Thunder and Fire Blast. So if you're just going down the system, Blizzard's first. So if you see 5500, you think, oh, I'll just buy this, and my run died.
Oh no.
Yeah, because you can't sell Blizzard, and there'd be enough money for you to buy Thunder and Fire Blast.
It's important to keep smiling.
Yep, you just reset and go on to the next minute.
Haha. The once a lifetime run you get in this game.
Watch this Dugtrio outspeed you.
Possible.
Probably the same odds as Swallow.
One thing I hadn't talked about at any point in this run, and I probably should have, is that the double battle mechanics work a little bit differently than in the main series. In this game, when you knock out an opponent Pokemon, the opposing trainer switches in their replacement Pokemon right away. So what you can end up doing is doubling up on a slot. So you kill a Pokemon in that slot, and then you can Oko the Pokemon that comes in on that slot before it ever has an opportunity to attack, which you don't get in the main series games. In the main series games, they don't like switch in a Pokemon until after the turn is over. But here you can kind of like snowball a slot to get some extra damage in.
It's actually that way in all Gen 3 games because they didn't quite think it through well enough. It's consistent across all Gen 3 games. So like you could do the same thing in Sapphire or Emerald or Fire Red Leaf Green.
It helps a lot with some difficult Pokemon.
This fight is my personal least favorite fight in the game.
That was my favorite.
I'm not a Ninjask enjoyer.
I am a Salamence enjoyer. I'm an HP Ice enjoyer, so I kill everything.
Yeah. Keep flexing.
Hey, this is why I was routing HP Ice on Espeon.
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost run it just for this fight, actually. That's
It's
how much I
a
disliked it.
tough fight.
HP
So
Ice
here we go.
to be routed. Even if it's completely worthless and super slow, it's worth at least routing to consider it in this fight because he has Salamence, Ninjask, Flygon, and Marowak.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But we are
Yeah.
very close to finishing this run, you guys. Like we're really only just a couple fights away from the end of the game.
This is the second to last fight.
Lugia and Grievous.
Mhm. So far, things look like they're going pretty well.
Oh yeah.
You never know until Ninja asks.
True, it's not over till it's
Silver win boost, silver win boost. Let's go. That would be the second marathon in a row I get silver win boost.
10%.
Aww.
we're awing, but we're actually quite thankful.
We are very thankful.
Just don't crit. It hit Earth's ring, so it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, good, good.
I got silver win boost last when I was running Colo, and my run died, so I had to do Evice again.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate.
Sizzle getting silver win boost is scary.
Yeah, it's depending on your situation, it's either recoverable or unrecoverable. It's a funny mechanic.
Just like playing Salamence off a D-Dance is very scary.
Yep. I mean, that's basically what happens. Because you have to kill Caesar, but then Salamence gets D-Dance. If Salamence is out. So this fight went 10 times better than it's ever went for me. I believe.
Yeah, this was a really good fight.
Unless I get crit by Flagon.
That'd
And
be-
then it's fine, I think.
yeah,
It's
you've got
just
revive.
slow.
You've got max revive sitting
Yep.
around. Still.
Kind of want to use it on Greevil if I end up in that situation. I would have survived a crit, actually.
Greevil's the one place where you want the max revive.
I think Lapras has the slowest Shadow Move in the game, by the way.
Yeah, Shadow Storm. It's awful. And Lapras has the slowest animations to go with it.
Yep. It's a great combination. So when this fight stalls, it stalls really bad. Yeah, I had to heal. Oh! That is
Oh no!
terrible Hyper Beam to me.
No, Sky! No!
Oh. Well, now chat gets to see Shadow Sky.
Look at all
It's
these
not
animations.
dangerous, but damn, it's slow.
It's dangerous if there's another poke out.
Yeah.
Because
Shadow
you
Sky?
can get heal locked in this fight if Lapras gets up Shadow Sky, and while you have to heal Espeon because it's in kill range.
Just so we're clear, Shadow Sky is the reason why we kill Swallow turn 1 on Arnos.
That was, all things considered, except for the Shadow Storm, that was a really good fight.
Yeah, no, I would be very. I'd take this in a heartbeat.
Yep.
You're still on really good pace.
Yeah, no, I'm finishing ahead of.
You're finishing well ahead. You're probably a whole 10 minutes ahead.
Well, imagine walking in the wrong direction.
Imagine.
You're not going to take the heal machine?
Actually, I will.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
idea.
you might as well. You got the time. Like we're 4:31-ish heading into
Yeah.
4:32 maybe heading into Lugia.
I usually skip it, so it's just muscle memory too. Don't take it.
Hmm.
But I mean, I might as well, right?
All right, chat, it's time.
I don't really need to save here because I can just wipe on Greevil, and it'll set me back here when I use the heal machine. It's time for everyone's favorite Pokemon.
It's the one on the cover, you guys.
It's the one I was supposed to catch.
No, you weren't. You gotta go first.
No, yeah, that's right. There weren't any donations.
They didn't pay up.
There was just a donation for to asterisk the Lugia, which is what we're gonna get to do. We're gonna have to asterisk it.
I'll personally refund it if it's an issue. By
I
the
don't
way.
think so.
Yeah,
There it is. I still think this is one of the coolest designed Pokemon ever.
It is.
let's not get scammed here. May I have one flinch?
Nah.
Pretty please.
So what? You just go bite, fake tears, bite, heal.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Shadow Luigi, that's right.
Shadow Luigi.
My favorite Shadow Luigi.
Shadow Luge.
Oh, would
Good
you look at that?
That's awesome. You got the flinch.
Oh.
Aw, dang.
His first one was a low roll.
Yeah,
this is gonna
that's.
I mean, we
Not
got the
great.
flinch earlier.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Oh, that is.
That is some just desserts for all those
Oh
early.
dear.
It's fine though. I just maxed revive with
It
Pressure
is-
here.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just have to burn your max revive.
Oh. Oh well, whatever.
It's going after Togepi. What?
It's not.
Okay. It's
No.
not. No. it's not. Don't ancient power boosts, please.
Nice, Togepi. Nice. We got a flinch, and then it all just fell apart.
Yeah.
We knew that was gonna fall apart at the seams.
I guess we probably don't need the XP, right?
Nah, it's way too late for that to be a factor.
Right. I just want to make sure it wasn't
Usually-
anything on Greevil.
Yeah, I know.
Uh.
You usually enter the fight at 57. You might hit up to 59 if all the experience worked out correctly. You usually hit 58 during the fight. You're well over leveled for what you need.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, this is fine.
And we're still well under estimate, so we're good.
It's time.
All right, folks. We've spoke about it all run, but this is the Greevil fight. What you're going to see is something that is
Molt.
very risky, very bold, and it's the best thing that we have. Every other version of this fight is kind of a struggle. So is it okay if I explain this fight?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to shout out to Molt.
Yes, shout out to Moltra's best bird. So, the way that we do this fight is we keep an Executor alive. This is because Executor is only going to be using Shadow End, and Shadow End has a 50% chance to miss every time it is used. However, if we lose that coin toss and it hits, we can take up to 2 Shadow Ends on a particular Pokemon before we need to either heal or revive. So we're hoping that it either misses all its Shadow Ends or misses enough Shadow Ends, or if it does hit, it spreads out the damage. That way we can use Fake Tears and Psychic to kill the other Mons and blast through this fight.
Yeah, time for the first 99% range, by the way.
One more thing, this fight could be done at +1 if, or for the most part done at +1 if we didn't have Rhyhorn out to start the battle with. If Executor came out first, Rhyhorn just does too much damage to let it stay out. So the reason why we are relying on Fake Tears is because we don't have the opportunity to set up. There's no time to set up Expect. You just have to start killing stuff.
Yep.
Okay, so we hit a Shadow End. And that's another thing too, is Shadow End creates all this recoil damage, which is helpful for killing it at the end.
It does exactly half of its current health every time it can recoil, whenever it lands Shadow Ends.
And it adds up.
Pretty much sums it up.
So far, we're going okay.
Yeah, I really don't want Earthring to die here, though.
Yep.
Yeah, Greevil has a really stacked team. All 3 legendary birds, plus Tauros, Rhydon, and Executor, which are all very strong in their own right. And we got a miss, which is very nice.
Good.
We're
It's
almost
pretty much
through.
Yeah, the
much
fight's
won
over.
now. I can't really lose. It can just get slow.
Yeah. If the Executor were fast, we'd have an issue.
Yeah, but it's not. But
All right, chat. We're almost there, chat. You can unclench soon.
I mean, the fight's over.
yep, pretty much.
Pretty much. One last Shadow End. Nice miss.
Nice miss.
Honestly, a pretty good Greevil fight.
Yeah, this is pretty much ideal. I even get to
Yeah.
return here, I'm pretty sure. I just went for it.
Could have gone much worse.
Actually, it's not as low as I thought it was, but it doesn't matter. Ah, whatever.
And there it is. Almost.
Wow,
Nice
it's gonna
Shadow
end
End.
itself. Fitting ends.
No, it was still there. Yeah.
Dang, Teddy.
Oh well.
Poor bear.
Togepi gets to come out and show
Yeah,
up.
Togepi gets to be there for the end, for the very last kill of the run.
Mm, this is hard. Could have reused pretty much any move there except the sand
Time's
attack.
coming up, by the way.
Basically, yeah, time is gonna come up when, like we'll tell you, but it's a long, slow, gradual fade to black after they do some talking here. So there's a little bit of dialogue.
But yeah, that's Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I guess I can do the ending speech, so to say. Thanks
Yeah.
for all the donations. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks for the Velocity crew, the Velocity staff, for having me on and letting me showcase this pretty sick run, if I do say so myself. Even though it had some holes, had some mistakes, it was not perfect. It was by no means terrible. Not nearly as much of a mess as my last Coliseum run. Although I was pretty nervous doing this run. But yeah, no. I had a great time. I hope I did
I feel
a feasible job.
pretty bad. This is better than my PB. I feel really bad. That tells you
It's
a lot
fun.
of smooth stuff run.
It's fun as you've done an excellent run today. Thank you for having myself and Silva on commentary. This was a blast to be a part of. Really enjoyed. Hopefully we could explain some things to new viewers. And if anyone out there enjoyed this run and wants to give it a try, we're a very welcoming community. You could join our Discord server. We'll get you set up with the Manip tool and help you learn this game or Coliseum. And that's time.
Yep.
GG.
GG! We did it.
We did it.
Salsa.
yeah.